Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は446日目です。It is day 446, day 3 from our second half. Oh no, day 3 from Level Up. Looks like tomorrow's set up to be a fairly good day to do our Boom Pro N5 review or tentative take. And then looks like we have our 0 day as planned. And then this would be the new unit, right? This would be the second half of level 43. Let's get into it here. Shouldn't be too difficult. Okay. Actually, most of WaniKani's pretty steady state at this point. Riding, finishing strong, I suppose. As planned. Okay. Alright. Trip. Akushu. Akushu. Oh no, not shaking hands. Nigiru. Kakko. Enkatsu. Enko.
すごく。ゆる。
軍艦島。
お
お札。偽物。
滑る。
濡れ衣。伺い。握力。
Oops. Okay. Kind of forgot there. Oops. Moguru. not Mugu. Moguru. And Kukuru.
Tsumi.
Doyo.
Oops. Now,
Numata.
Numata.
Noki.
Agaru.
Makoto ni. Muragaru.
Or yeah, that's fine.
Shotaku.
Oh, it's about the same. Pickle. Wait.
Gihi. Nigasu.
Tsukaru.
Oyakoko.
Futome. Oyafuko.
Aha.
Fukikomu.
Usumeru.
8、
そうめん。
ラーメン、
ラーメン。
整
整
絶
絶。衣
衣装、
装。
駆け回る、
る。うん。
躍
躍
進
進。
駆け出す、
逃れる。
携帯電話、最新鋭、万
万
人、
人。
蜂蜜
蜂蜜。
殺虫剤、
妖
妖
精
精。
廃墟、
廃墟。wait.廃墟. Oh, no, wait. Just kidding. Runes.
口笛を吹く。
吹き出す、
不幸者。
すごい、
吹き飛ばす。
Oh. Wait. Wait. No, no, no. Fuck. Oh. Yakamashi.
やかましい。透き通る。
喧嘩、躍動、
What? Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, right.
駆け込む、
陶器。
うん。
怪
怪
物。
物。
検
検討
討する、
する。
往復。特
特
徴。
徴。
階段。
独
独
占、
占。or 独占。独占。
ゆえ、
Oh, Viet. Wait, Viet. Not sure. Okay. Oops.
鉛筆。
貯金、郵便、
閉める。
Or like to warn, to notify. Huh. Oh no. To occupy. Occupy.
一人、
遠読、
独立、
汗、
怪しい、
Oh no. Oh no. I'm drawing a blank. Not good.
運河、
Unga.
回復、
無我、
Ga. Oh. What's another way to say like not selfish? Not selfish. No, without selfish. I thought it was selfless. And now you express. I don't understand. Either that or I misspelled selflessness. Okay, fine.
円環、
Oops.
怪事件、
Okay.
カッパ、
Kappa.
関節、
Ansetsu.
従来、
Oh, Jurai. Jurai.
お菓子、
復讐、
Issue.
振動、
Okay.
独特、
独特。
振る、
Hmm. What did the one other person do to help with their foot pain? I have no idea. They vegged out. Tears. Becky.
激しい
教授
教授 Yo, what? Oh, no? Oh.
フグ
Okay. I have to look online again. How has their work situation been going? I have no idea. They don't visit that often. I go, stop. She. Typo.
従う 恋
Oi. Oh.
野獣
野獣
獣類
占い
占い
独裁
独学 Oh boy.
独学
Are there any other food options that are sort of well known in Pennsylvania that you think are worth checking out? Going on the first long drive shortly? I mean, there's nothing in the middle of. Okay, this is a generalization, but there's mountains in the middle of Pennsylvania. West and east have different things, so in the east it would probably be a Philly cheesesteak. This is a coincidence, but there's a place called Pimente's Brothers that are both in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, but that's the whole French fries in your sandwich thing, the Pittsburgh thing. But in the east, when you're getting closer to New York, it's probably a Philly cheesesteak or a Chinatown. Between New York and East PA is probably Chinatown. How did lead work? Namari?
鉛
Whoops.
従順 面接
Mensetsu. You believe that's where we went? Actually, also went to a local cheese. Guess we're going to see what's on the way then. Yeah. Pimenti's? Yeah, Pimenti's Brothers is probably the most if anyone mentioned like fries in their sandwich, it's probably Pimenti's. However you pronounce it. But they did open a place here too. Let's see how to pronounce. To Prement. Wait. Oh, there's an R in it. Prementi. Prementi. I don't know. That's what people called it before. I used to have two of my best friends used to go there, go to the University of Pittsburgh. So that's where I got introduced to Prementi's, and then they ended up opening a location in East Pennsylvania. And then the good old classic Philly cheesesteak. Oh, and you also went to the local Chinese in Pittsburgh? Huh. I wonder what that's like. Yeah, going across PA would probably encounter Philly. Philly is east. So typically when you're talking about like food culture and whatnot, you have to go to a metropolitan area. So it's Pittsburgh in the west and Philadelphia in the east. Before you cross like New Jersey and before you cross into the tri-state area, which includes New York, Jersey, and actually, I'm not even sure what's considered the tri-state area anymore. Is it just I'm guessing it's Connecticut? Yeah, okay. Yeah, New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. All right.
10位
I can't spell veterinarian. Wait. Oh, I always miss the extra re. Oh, it's re, not ni. Okay. Yes.
独身
Hold
討論
on. Sounds like the chocolate. Hold on. Hmm.
汗臭い
Aseksai.
再
再
開
開
怪
怪
獣
獣 Oh, glacier.
評価
Yoga. Go. Yep. 比較
直接
直接 Ware. Hmm.
秒針
Yoshin.
刺激
Eki. お、
事故
事故。
万
万年
年筆
筆。
獣
No.
筆
え。
なぜ
How's it? Alright. You see, going to New York State now, not deciding what to do in the car yet. Today's visit went really well though, and definitely somewhere you want to apply for. I don't know what it's like there. I think Carnegie Mellon. Yeah, I'm trying to think. No. Yeah, I don't know what it's like there. I know what University of Pittsburgh looks like. Not sure. Actually, let me see. Because I visited University of Pittsburgh. My friends at University of Pittsburgh. They're no longer there, but what are the distances? Oh, they're right next to each other. Okay, so it's like Temple in Philadelphia, Temple and Drexel. Yeah, so I figured they're right next to each other. Usually, when I think about college campuses, the state university is going to be next to any technical university most of the time. So Carnegie Mellon is just 5 minutes away from the University of Pittsburgh. So I might have actually seen it. Yeah, because there's the Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens in between them. Yeah, I think we passed Carnegie Mellon a couple times. And Promentes is probably on the Strip, or I forgot what it's called, but I just call it the Strip. There's a specific place in Pittsburgh where like the happening area, when I was visiting my best friends who at the time went to the University of Pittsburgh, we went to the Strip, the downtown area, and Promentes is one of the places there. Yeah, Pittsburgh is a quaint place. It's not necessarily a super metropolitan metropolis. It's more like sprawled out, lower. Like, I usually refer to them as the charm cities. So it's not quite a metropolis, and it's not quite a town. It's in between. So not like towering skyscrapers, like. Because a lot of times, you're gonna, I guess, find out once you get into New York, NYC. But typically, sometimes when people go into Metropolis, it's really awe-inspiring, but it can be very claustrophobic. Like, not everyone likes the claustrophobicness of like really tall skyscrapers and stuff. Like, and then the complete bustle. Pittsburgh's more of an in-between. I spent most of my life. Funny you mentioned the skyscraper. Never seen buildings this high in London even. Oh, in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Oh, that's yeah. That's what I was referring to, because in my opinion, that's what London like. I've never been to London, but I know the architectural makeup of London, and then obviously movies and TV shows. And my first thought is it could be off-putting or it could be awe-inspiring, right? So when you get to New York, it's going to be like, it's either going to be, oh yeah, it's really cool, it's shocking at first, but then it could be like, I'm not used to this and I don't know if I want to get used to it. Oftentimes when you get into like large metropolis, especially New York City, people like the novelty of the city, but oftentimes they ask themselves, do they want to live in New York City? And usually, if you come from like a very sprawled out place, which is where I grew up, by the way, like you kind of get the idea. Pittsburgh kind of gives you the idea. When you're driving today, like going across Pennsylvania, you'll see what most of Pennsylvania is. Pittsburgh's quaint, and it's still a little bit more busier than most of Pennsylvania. Most of Pennsylvania is like the countryside of the United Kingdom. So like it's fields and mountains and really long roads with possibly nothing around except for cars, like because people have to drive across from east to west, like transport vehicles like trucks and whatnot. But most of the time, the vast majority of Pennsylvania is wilderness, you know. And then you have like quaint houses, just houses that are built like cookie cutter houses. Largely is the people that reside in the houses that make up the community, not necessarily the architecture, I would say. But largely quaint. Most of my life outside, like I was born in New York, like New York City. However, you know, most of my life was spent in like towns and suburbia. So Pittsburgh's like a bit of a mix. It's like in between a city and a town. That's what most of the charm cities, I use the phrase charm city because I used to live in the Baltimore area, and that is not quite a city, but not quite a like middle of nowhere kind of situation. Yeah, the ride is really straightforward. So you're probably gonna go on the interstate, the one interstate that connects west and east, 76. Oh no, you might not take the expressway. You might just take it. I don't know if you're probably gonna take the expressway. So that's. Is today's weather pretty typical? Today? It's March 30th. Yeah. It's pretty typical. It's slightly high. Slightly. Only slight. Like, obviously the world is getting a little warmer. But I would say around this, yeah, this would be pretty typical. Maybe a little cooler by 2 or 3 degrees. I'm kind of 2 or 3 degrees higher than usual. All right, let's go through our reads today. Oh, tablet, whatever. Okay, there we go. All right, your reads. So how was the Chinese service? They don't operate the same way, for the record. Although you still, I guess you still tip in Chinese places, like Chinese American places. But the dynamic is a bit different. Actually, I do have a deep cut about Chinese, like American Chinese and Chinese American places. There are places where they believe they ask for fair prices, so there's no tipping in, like it's asserted that there's no tipping involved, and that also means that they don't have to go above and beyond to be nice to you. So like takeout places is a good example. My parents operated a takeout place, multiple takeout places, and that's when there's a cultural dissonance a lot of times when I was growing up, where since there's no tipping involved, right, you take it or leave it situation. So it's business. It operates as a business. But however, over the length of my parents' stay in the United States, they adapted to becoming more like, oh, do you have special requests? And it's always special request this, special request that. I think that's kind of also part of the idea. I know that other countries do that too. From time to time, you can always find local mom and pop shops that do that, but it's very customary. I forgot to mention that about the tipping thing. It's very customary to be, how you say, you know, that phrase, again, this is abbreviated, the customer is always right. But it's the customer is always right in the matters of taste, or something like that. So a lot of this phrase, my parents worked in food services. They operated a Americanized Chinese place. They're Fujianese, right? And I participated in that. Usually this idiom in my life and my parents' life, what this means is typically the customer always has special requests. And it is that if you can cater to these requests, then they will pay you well. And that's usually how I think about it. No, the customer is not always right in general. The customer is always right in the matters of taste, as in like what they prefer, what they want, what they like. And personally, I think this is related to also the tipping culture, because the tipping culture provides an incentive to cater to the clientele. So even when you get to, like, in the beginning, you can argue that in a no tipping environment or a fair price environment, both the customer and the owner, right, the server, have accepted a standard of fair price. So that means you go in, you respect what the owner has built and sell to you. So when you buy it, you get what you get. Like, it is set in stone, right? You do not alter the vision of what the owner provides, right? If the owner provides it, then that's what you pay for. There's no like mix and matching. It is meant that the owner is giving you a fair price of what they believe tastes good, authenticity and traditionalism, etc. Right? And that is beautiful. That's what happens in an environment that has no incentives of speech or like change. Now, here's the thing. This creates a cultural dissonance. So a lot of times Americans, I would say, stereotypically would be seen as self-entitled in a different culture, because their expectation, in my opinion, is that they are treated as the master of their taste. as in if they have special preferences, they will request it. And then if you do those things as the owner or the proprietor who's offering the service, they will pay for that extra service. Like, so there's a sense of entitlement that comes with their money being spent. And that can be inappropriately used, obviously. Like when someone says, oh, I'm paying 40 bucks for this, I expect a specific level of service, and if I don't get it, then they're not getting a tip, etc. That kind of thing. So it can be abused, obviously, but it can also be a form of adaptation. And my parents, whenever someone like makes an argument like, oh, this is fake Chinese, right? Or in other countries, this also happens in like Germany is a great example, only because I watch another influencer who happens to be Asian, and they go, the idea is there's a reason why in immigration, when like Chinese people move to another place, they adapt the palate. So you get that traditional stereotype where my parents get asked this all the time, and I usually take orders in the front of the restaurant. This is a pretty typical second gen thing. Hello there, Jama. And there's oftentimes customers would ask the stereotypical thing. They would ask, hey, what are you eating back there? Because we live and eat like in the actual building of the restaurant. So they would ask like, they would see us eating, right? And the customer would say, what are you eating there? Is it on the menu? Right? And they're like, do you sell that? And usually my parents would politely say, no, we don't. But we could make a special exception. The thing is, my parents would insist that you're probably not going to like it. Or they wouldn't say that straightforward. They would, because in the United States eventually they would start saying that, because in the United States you want to be like straightforward with your customers. But over time it started with like, oh, that's Chinese food, right? Like we eat that. And then they would say like, well, can I eat that? Like, well, it might not be that great. Right? We have different palates, and that's kind of the idea when you have like immigration, and then you have like things like incentivized tipping and whatnot. What happens is you develop different menus and different palates to understand the clientele. So what happens is whenever I hear like fake Chinese, like serving fake Chinese food, it's more like serving Chinese food catered to the palate of a client that isn't from your country. So like this is when it comes to food, it often comes up so often when someone says, oh yeah, but oh, I see you're eating fried rice, and like, why don't you make fried rice like that for me here in the United States? And then occasionally my parents over the years do that. It's like, and then some of them do like it, but most of them don't. So upon request, because of like, in my opinion, the whole idea of tipping, and like the customer is always right in the matter of taste, it also means the customer is right when they dislike and like things. So oftentimes whenever regulars come by and they're like, you know what, I want to try that, oftentimes they don't like it. However, it's not because they have poor taste or like they're unrefined. It's behavioral. You have to understand that biology a lot of times dictate your taste. And what I mean by that is, I'm not talking about your genes here. Of course, genes can affect your taste. We're talking about behavioral biology, like what you're used to eating, what your tolerance level is, and what your palate has become accustomed to. So oftentimes whenever someone talks to me and talk about fake Chinese and authenticity, traditionalism, I have to be respectful to their perspective that they're monocultural. But to me, I'm multicultural. So most of the time, whenever they say fake, I think of hybridization. And hybridization to an authentic, possibly nationalistic, monocultural person is adulteration. As in, the purity and the authenticity has been diluted or altered in order to be more pragmatic to other people. So this is what I typically think about whenever I think about food, since we're talking about food, Mika, and you mentioned you visit the local Chinese place in Pittsburgh. You probably got some version of a thing that caters to Western palates. And hear me out, you might be thinking, okay, well, biology affects taste, so does behavior. The reason why I focus on behavior is because thoughts also affects your satisfaction in palates. Like, for example, there's a very well-known phenomenon when you think something is authentic and you believe authentic is good, it tastes better. How is this possible? Or how can this be demonstrated? It works with smell and like nausea and stuff, where, like, for example, there was a time when I saw this short where they were describing why if you make the subway smell like chocolate, they would think it's urine. Like, the smell, like, despite chocolate having a really wonderful aroma, if you put it in an inappropriate place, it would still be construed as something else. It can make people sick. So you can elicit you can elicit nausea and stuff by inappropriate associating things. So thought, when it comes to behavior, we're talking about behavior and biology intersecting. You can legitimately affect your satisfaction of your food by what you anticipate. So oftentimes, the idea of authenticity, buzzwords like organic, natural, can impact your enjoyment. So does this mean that you're trying to lie to yourself or something? No, I think these are important things to know. So to me, whenever I think about someone saying fake Chinese, right, which is probably what you had at the local Chinese place, if you think it's fake, you can actually convince yourself it's bad. So that's one of those things that I've often really been curious about. And how do I leverage this? I often, whenever someone has problems, like they have eating problems or eating disorders or like food aversions, maybe some form of ADHD cross with hyper focus, preoccupational, like very worried type of eating, like less too restrictive. Usually hyper-focused people tend to be have restrictive diets and whatnot. You try to play it up. You play it up by explaining the history of the food, what it does and whatnot, and it can actually elevate someone's appetite for something. Anyways, I just thought that was an interesting thing. I was doom scrolling again. I doom scroll like 10 or 15 minutes before every stream to come up with a story, and one of them was the science behind all the things that impact one's appetite or the matter of taste, and one of them is psychological. The Chinese place you were at didn't do tipping, and the service felt less in your facey. Yeah, respectful, but not really any different to where you get Chinese food in the UK in a non-chain place. Exactly. So like my parents, see, here's the phases of my parents. When I was younger, my parents, there's no tipping. Yeah, you do not tip because like the service, there wasn't a service or takeout, so to speak. Okay. And that wasn't like encouraged at all. So there's no tipping and whatnot. But over like my teenage years, eventually there's a little like thing, a tin, right? A plastic tin. It's not tin, but it's plastic, right? But this is called the tip, you know, like a tip jar. And that became, eventually that becomes a practice. You can tell like this is a weird experiment, but it was a social experiment I did myself. If you go into an Americanized Chinese place, right, you will know how long they have been, roughly at least how long they have been in the United States if they start including a tip jar. Because when they're fresh off the boat, their establishment typically has no tip jar. So there's no way to tip. And they don't ask for tips. Now, they also do not do special orders. So if you look at their menu and say no special orders, no substitutes, you know, no mix and matching, then you know they're fresh off the boat. And that is, it comes with the expectation that there is no incentive to do all these things. You do not go above and beyond. There's no incentive or pragmatic reason to do these. And that's both a pro and a con, right? So no tip jars here, but never thought of that. There's no substitutes or system you saw either. Yeah, exactly. So when you think of a local place, you can kind of gauge if they're a Chinese, they're like, not all, I'm not summarizing Chinese people, because there are Chinese people who decide to keep with tradition, and tradition is no tipping. It also means that the person serving you is typically always right. Like the right way to eat things, the right way, like if you say you don't like their food, you're wrong, because their food is good. That's why they sell it, right? That's kind of the idea. So both pros and cons, right? We're talking about it could be misconstrued. So when you go to a place, this is my personal social experiment because I grew up around Chinese restaurants because my parents, so I step into other Chinese restaurants and I look at their behavioral correlations. Usually when they're not in your face and they speak to you minimally, they get the job done very, very quickly. It almost feels like sometimes they rush you out to turn over customers. They're probably either newer immigrants, a new establishment, or they are traditionalists. And then when you come to my parents' restaurant, which no longer exists, by the way, or it does exist, but my parents don't run restaurants anymore. They would greet you, ask you, how's your day? What do you would like? And they legitimately, when you order something, they would ask you how to prepare it. And if you come back, they will know how to prepare your meal again when you come back. The more often you come back, they will know your order or your special taste. So like, they recognize their customers, they come in, that customer is like, oh, hey, you ordered your chicken wings extra long, right? Do you want it extra long again? So what they ended up doing is adjusting to the Americana style, which is the customer is always right in the matter of taste. Like, you shelve your pride, you shelve your traditionalism, you shelve that you think you're the only important person, like know how to eat and have taste. Instead, what you do is you combine the two. So a lot of times customers would like, they are expected, like my parents got used to it. They would expect, they come in and the customer's like, oh, hey, can you like make it less spicy? Like, I really like this dish, but I don't like the spiciness. Can you remove the spiciness? And early on, my parents would say like, well, that's just the other dish that we have listed without the spice. Why didn't they just order that? That's kind of what I mean by when you have a no incentive to think about what the customer does and what you do when you interact, you're always right. So, and you can get that in other places. You can get that in other countries. So, but you want customers who trust you when you enter the restaurant. So like, for example, if you enter a Michelin star restaurant, you're there as the customer to be taken away. So you've already given out your agency. Like, if I go to a Michelin star place, I know that they know what's good. Like, I believe that they know what's good. So I pay the price and they do whatever. I'm there. But when it comes to like affordable, like affordability and all those things in a tipping environment, oftentimes it can get a little, they kind of want mileage a lot of times. So the operations that my parents have, it thrived on actually knowing those details. So mom and pop shops, over time, when you're an immigrant, right, mom and pop shops, they tend to acquire this Americana thing where they specifically tend to ask you, like, how do you want that prepared? Like, are you sure you want this? Because it's a bit spicy. Like, so they would test their acuity. Like, some people would come up and say, hey, can I like have this dish? Oh, can you make it extra spicy? And they would pause and say, are you sure? We can like, give you a taste of seeing how spicy it is, so that in case you don't like ruin your meal by. So that's kind of how you negotiate with the customer, even at a regular takeout place. Like chain places, I know oftentimes when you take another country and they look into the United States about how like customers come up and they like say, oh, can I have this, but this and this on the side? Oh yeah, and this like less spicy. Can I have 2 of these like on top of this, but no lettuce? Like, can you hold the, it's weaved into the idea and the tipping and stuff. They're all connected in my opinion. So it's very interesting when you have an immigrant family come from a different country that doesn't actually do that, and how that kind of factors in. When did my parents change about their menu items over time? No, they don't change the menu. They specifically just remember what people want. And they don't ever change the menu. The menu stays the same. It's everyone's special requests that they remember, because those are the people that come back. So like over the years, right? My parents operated the Chinese restaurant pretty much my entire teenage years until I left the nest. So the first 18 years of my life, they operated restaurants, and they remember all the special orders. So any returning patron will feel special, because that's what's guaranteed. Not only is tipping going to be higher for them, it's also that they come back. That is the tip. Like, you're trying to gain your patrons' trust. So whenever you hear that, like, this is missing nowadays because of Yelp and aggregate scores. This type of thing doesn't happen very often anymore. It used to happen because you rely on communication between the places. And what I mean is, like, on the online, you won't see that anymore. But if you're growing up in like a small town or something, if someone comes by and say like, oh, this place got bad reviews, but the locals who go there probably don't even interact with like online reviews. They would have the best. Whenever you ask a local, they would say something. Like, for example, my parents don't necessarily make the most outrageous chicken wings ever, like Michelin star chicken wings. They simply make chicken wings to the liking of the people. because they operate the restaurant long enough to know what sells. So they don't necessarily change the menu items, so to speak. Like the menu never changes. The slight tweaks increases their yield. And whenever someone comes in, and when you're thinking about authenticity, right? American cuisine, quote unquote, Americanized cuisine, doesn't ever get the benefit of the doubt that you're consuming the people's palates. So, but when you go to a country that is old, monocultural, or like old as in like monoculturally old, then they get a double standard. You go to like Japan and you're like, oh, this omakase is so good because it's been refined for hundreds of years and it's a reflection of the authenticity and the regional area's palates. Like, well, yeah, when you go to the United States, despite having different immigrants and different diversity, they eventually adjust their business model to the local palate. So the thing is, the difference here is when you don't like something in the United States, in my opinion, this is how the internet works so far. When you go to the United States and you don't like it, it's because Americans have poor taste, not because your taste is different from the local area, right? Like if you go to Japan and you're like, oh, I don't really like this, it's not for me, it's different, right? That's what you get somewhere else. You don't get something like, oh, I don't like the authentic taste, but I know it's authentic, so it should be good, but my taste isn't good enough to understand the authenticity of that. And that's kind of how I feel whenever someone like visits the United States and they talk about like food. It's like, oh, this is too sweet. That's why Americans can't taste sugar and appreciate sugar anymore. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you. Your taste is different, I suppose. There is some truth behind the threshold effect of being consuming in ingredients, but that doesn't necessarily mean that humans are suddenly born with varying taste in a way that makes like ethnicity somehow reflective of their biology, right? That's kind of one of those things where whenever someone says like, oh yeah, this is fake Chinese, it's like, you try selling your traditional Chinese in the United States and see how well it goes. You can try to hype it up and convince them that authenticity is always good. Does that stop people from flocking to McDonald's? And I'm not even talking about the McDonald's that are changed to cater to other countries' things. When you think about a franchise, their menus are changed appropriately and standards are met in that standards. Now you can say like, oh, standards are lower in the United States than Japan based on specific metrics you have, but the standards are adjusted by their demand, right? So if the business continues to operate based on them, then there must be a market or palette for them as well. And that's kind of one of the ideas of, if you see high standards, is that sufficient for you? If it's superfluous to you, then that's called that's not just high standards. That's there's over standard and there's under standard to run a business, right? So if you're under standard, then that means that your business will go out of business. But if they're still in business, that means they're at the standard. And then when you compare it to another country and that standard is higher than another country, it means the people there also have higher requirements. Now, is that a good or a bad thing to have higher requirements? Well, there's a double standard for that. When people have high standards, you think that people have high standards because they are better people. So are you telling me that that translates to being rich? If rich people, so are rich people inherently better people? The reason why I use this line of thinking is because oftentimes when I talk about Chinese food in the United States, most people apologize or they talk about something in Chinese food on jerk reflex. Even Americans, like other Americans, actually Americans specifically do this on reflex. They would say like, oh yeah, I've had Chinese before. Oh, I'd like the fake Chinese. I'm sorry if you thought I meant the real Chinese food. And I'm like, I mean, I grew up with both of them. That's kind of the thing. So it becomes apologetic or snobbery oftentimes when someone says like, oh yeah, I went to a Chinese place, like those like fake Chinese places, not the real Chinese places. Like I've never had real Chinese food. And I'm like, what? So you've had sweet and sour chicken, right? And they're like, yeah, but the fake version. And I'm like, yeah, but that's Chinese food, right? Unless you're talking to a monocultural person. So I'm not native Chinese, right? A native Chinese person, you could offend them. So that's why Americans are apologetic a lot of times, because if you're talking to a quote-unquote real Chinese person, which I'm not a real Chinese person to them, obviously, because I didn't grow up in China, that's what monoculturalism is like, which we talked to, that I shared about that Koichi person that I met 3 or 4 days ago. It's the same thing. When you come from a monocultural country, you are fake and lesser when you do not represent that. So I get this a lot, and when we talk about food, it happens a lot too, especially in the United States. So like whenever you mention about the French fries and the sandwich, I'm like, that's what I mean. If a customer responds by saying, yeah, that's not good, like that doesn't fit my taste, if their response is because what they like, then that's Americana. That's what tipping systems and whatnot are like. Eventually, like immigrants and stuff adjust to that pretty rapidly. They would say like, oh, you know what? I think it's just easier to cater to their taste, as opposed to project what we think is good, or like we monoculturally. And then there are still places, obviously, you step in and I'm like, whoa. My favorite comment is, in the United States, this is a fairly common one, where like, oh yeah, we went to this authentic place, it's so bland, everything is so bland. And they're like, and my first thought is like, yeah, it's probably because it's not catered to your palate. And what I mean by that is, it's not that I'm saying everyone's throwing back sugar or salt, which again, the statistical average is in the United States, foods are catered towards a specific palate. But if you decide, oh, the palate is spicy, for example, then there's a double standard. If a food is spicy, it would be viewed as, oh yeah, this was probably really authentic, that's why it's so spicy, and then they get a pass, right? Because spices are not demonized, sugar is. And obviously sugar has overconsumption problems, and salt has overconsumption problems, and salt even in itself is a little questionable. However, spice doesn't necessarily have any stigma. So oftentimes in the United States, you get that weird response where if a dish is too spicy, it is construed as authentic. And then because it is construed as authentic, you get a pass. So a lot of times my parents would cater to that a lot of times, where when someone says, oh, can I have it really spicy? It's like, oh, are you sure? But they would let it go. They were like, all right, well, we'll add some spice. And hear me out. You're probably going to guess what my parents do. They have to understand what the customer means by extra spicy, because it's not our extra spicy or the cook's or the chef's extra spicy. is how much extra spicy is for that person. So over time, my parents learned, even without communication, I would simply ask the customer. I would say something like, "You want it extra spicy? May I ask, have you had Tabasco sauce before?" Or I would pick something very common. "Have you had Frank's Red Hot before? What is that on a scale of 1 to 5? And then they're like, "Okay, so you think that's a 3. And when you say extra spicy, do you mean 5? Or just more than 3? What my parents do is when they have a repeating customer and they say, "Oh, can I get it more? I want more punch to it. I really love this dish, but can you add more punch to it?" It's like they're cooking their item basically. Over time, when a customer repeatedly comes back, they're adjusting their order as though they don't want to do the cooking. That's fine. What they do is they would say, "Hey, I really like this dish, but can you add like something more interesting? Like, I think it's not spicy enough the last time. If you add a little bit more spice, I would really love it even more." Like, they already like the dish, but over time you get like regulars who my parents would remember all the different tweaks that they had, and they would come back on a regular basis, like every single day at the same time, and their dish would tweak along with them. So what happens is my parents would, whenever someone says, "Oh, can I have it extra spicy?" they would make it spicier according to them. So like it would be like some people would say something like, "Oh, I want it as hot as possible." My parents would probably just make it slightly hotter than the last time. That's what they would do, because it's more encouraging to people to meet halfway. So and over time the customers got to the point where like, "Oh, hey, can you make this punchier a little? Like, I really like this part of it." They would add a little bit more, and then a little bit more, right? It wouldn't be like, oh, like fully, it's not like fully trusting the customer, but at the same time the customer is not fully trusting the cook, right? The idea is there's a conversation happening, and that's what increased over time. That's where my parents like pick up mannerisms despite not being able to speak English. Like, they speak broken English obviously, and then they pick up a Spanish here and there as well. Their interaction is through like visual communication and hand communication and whatnot, and tasting things. So that's kind of what I grew up to think of whenever someone says fake this, fake that, hybridization that, non-authentic this, non-authentic that. The idea is that there are two really dramatically different types of people. There are incredibly prideful, arrogant, and fair, respectful people who live in an environment that there's a mutual respect. The person who's creating the thing is more experienced and is always right. The person who has seniority, traditionalism, and age is always right. Japan, China. In the United States, that dynamic is slightly different. And largely because maybe it's also a response to how much younger and diverse the place is typically. So you get this kind of thing where like immigrants are not the oldest people, right, in the country. And then that's kind of what that F word, the fake word, means to me a lot of times. When someone says, "I'm fake Chinese," I say, "Yeah, probably." Right. Anyways, I thought I'd share that when you mentioned the Chinese place, because I imagine I can anticipate a bit of what the Chinese place you went to is like, because they would be the more common ones. If you went to a mom and pop shop, it's an immigrant family, and immigrant families have varying ways of doing things. It makes me sometimes whenever I get the chance, I just stop in, order like an appetizer or something, and see how the business goes. My parents do the same thing. I inherited I basically inherited their mannerisms. My father, like, somehow always keep track of all the business owners, like all the other immigrants in the Northeast area, because it is a community. It is a wider community. You would be do not underestimate like how well the network of people who run Chinese restaurants in the United States are connected. Anyways, I thought I'd share a little bit of that. It's something that obviously can't be experienced from anyone else outside of Chinese immigrants in the United States. But now for an American thing, I still think it's a Philly cheesesteak though. So like back on topic, probably Philly cheesesteak. In fact, a crazy thought is, if you're someone who likes to be adventurous and mix and match, trying to find a place for Have you had a Reuben before? Did you get a Reuben at Prementi's? Like a Reuben with french fries in it? I don't know. A Reuben sounds good. An apple crisp. Some place that serves an apple crisp. Oh, speaking of German, which like drama would understand this, I think. It's called hang on. I'm gonna botch this so badly. Hang on. You can get a Fastnacht. There are, like, if you ever find a place, a Fastnacht is a yeast roast potato donut. I'm not sure how readily you're gonna come across this, but it's an inherited. So in Pennsylvania, one of the biggest heritages is Pennsylvanian Dutch, aka German. I understand they're referred to as Pennsylvanian Dutch, but it's German heritage, and they do make Fastnachts, which is most popularized in the area, and they're yeast potato donuts. Heavy, probably knock you out, but that's something that's unique to the state of Pennsylvania. I threw that in because the reason why I don't know if there's something special or not. A Reuben is, what is it? Pastrami sauerkraut on rye bread. You'll find that a lot of the Pennsylvanian things have some sort of German spin to it. Yeah, you usually can find it at a diner or something, a Reuben, like a Americana diner. Oh, you don't understand any of pastrami? Pastrami. Like, pastrami is cured. I think it's cured beef brisket. So you have a beef brisket that is cured. It's kind of peppery beef brisket. And then sauerkraut is sour cabbage. We'll just call it sour cabbage. And then it's on rye bread. Rye is like very earthy. It's like a very weedy bread. And they're combined in a sandwich. And it's typically, if you find a diner or something, there is a chance they serve a Reuben. Which in Pennsylvania, that would be something that would be quote unquote Pennsylvania. It's other Reubens exist elsewhere as well, but in Pennsylvania, you got to be like semi-German. It's not that it's the only place and like the only like denomination that's here, but typically there's it's not found to be very popular elsewhere. So if you ever find something that sounds slightly German, that's probably a pretty solid thing. When it comes to Chinese food, the closer and closer you get to New York is probably where you're gonna simply go look for Chinese food, because it would be Americanized Chinese. And I'm not talking about like there isn't Chinese food like Sichuan and like Hong Kong, like Canto, dim sum and stuff, but they're still slightly altered, right? They're the Americanized versions. Like sweet and sour chicken can be made completely like sweet and sour chicken in China, but the ingredients will be changed for the availability in here, unless you're going to like a Michelin. Why am I saying Michelin? Michelin. If you're going to like a Michelin star and paying $150 for imported ingredients from other places, then sure. Like I don't have that luxury. But when you go to other restaurants that are like marked as Chinese, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, and whatnot, they're immigrants establishments. Again, unless it's like a superstar chef or something's place that you're paying for triple digits. There, it would be effectively the Americanized thing. So for China, like for Chinese, it would be New York City. Like without a doubt, Flushing's is the place, or Queens and Flushing's is the place. In Pennsylvania, the hat's definitely off to German, like Pennsylvanian Dutch as they're referred to locally. Or if somehow you find yourself stuck in the middle of nowhere, like in East PA, Amish ice cream. If you like ice cream, like creamery, like things that will knock you out because it's so rich, Amish ice cream. You could end up like just pulling off to the road at a place like a creamery. You can like search up a creamery, and there's probably a few creameries along the way while you're crossing Pennsylvania. And the Amish is Americana too, and one of the things that they make are candy and ice cream, like milk, dairy products. So you can probably pick up like local cheeses and especially ice cream. I think ice cream is probably, if you want something that is a taste of good old countryside farm, deep in however long the history has of the people in the local area, probably Amish ice cream or Mennonite / Amish creameries. And they're legitimately, they're just like sort of houses. They kind of look like houses with a sign, and then you walk in it and it's like a dairy place, and you pick up a pint of ice cream or something and you consume it. They're not like in chain restaurants, or like they're not in chain in groceries or something. You have to actually like serendipitously come by them or go out of your way to encounter them. You don't really know lots of the American terms for food that differ from the UK still, just never came across it before now. Oh, I see. That sounds good, but you're lactose intolerant pretty badly? Oh. Yeah, that will, like, I would say nowadays, the processed ice cream, the package in grocery stores, wouldn't trigger as a violent lactose intolerance response. But if you go to, like, it's humorous you mention that, because if you go specifically to a creamery from like a Mennonite or Amish place, that will destroy you. Cause like what I mean is, I still eat it, but it will still destroy me unless you like bring lactate along, right? The idea is because in grocery stores and those like factories, right? Factory made ice creams, especially in the United States, they go through a lot of processing. So one of the extra pros a lot of times is that the lactose, they often are adjusted for lactose intolerant people. So oftentimes when you eat ice cream from like a grocery store, it's, oh well, I am like, over the years, you know, I went from drinking milk to like only having like milkshakes and stuff to like, I'm still gonna drink it, but it's gonna be some bubbly. It's gonna get some bubbliness. There's varying levels of bubbliness, obviously. Cheese is fermented, so cheese doesn't create a lactose intolerant, but I assure you that despite my limited intolerance, when you have like ye old creamery places that are local, that'll get your lactose intolerance hit. Like, I still eat cheese, for example. Cheese is processed enough. Typically, the act of processing and whatnot does affect the level of lactose in the products. It's kind of one of those luxuries that people who are lactose intolerance actually. Have I mentioned this before? I don't know if you. Lactose intolerance is actually the norm. Did we talk about this? Like, biologically speaking, as people age, it's pretty common for lactose intolerance to go up. So that's what I am. Like, it's not uncommon the older you get and the older person you talk to will probably have some sort of empathy for lactose intolerance. Largely because I don't know if you ever considered this, but when you're a baby, you know, breastfeeding is a thing. However, when you become an adult, you don't breastfeed anymore, right? When you grow older. So oftentimes, biologically speaking, lactose intolerant is actually kind of the norm when it comes to its parallel with aging. Now, that's not to say that many generations of consuming milk, right? Consuming milk like from cattle and whatnot, prolonged consumption of milk and stuff didn't perhaps selected for lactose tolerance. But typically the narrative is, it makes more kind of, and call it a biological evolutionary sense in this, is that when you get older, you're not consuming milk anymore. The whole idea of consuming cattle milk is things of a new generation, like us, right? The modern human. But typically you can, it is a lot more evolutionary sense that at a younger age, most people will not experience lactose intolerance, but when they get older, it's not uncommon. It's actually fairly common that they become more and more lactose intolerant, like between tolerance and intolerance. So that's where I am. I grew up with milk. I drank milk a lot when I was younger. I ate ice cream. I love milkshakes. And then now I'm almost 40 and it gets intolerance, the tolerance, you could call it, I think it's far more appropriate to call it lactose tolerance, because intolerance would suggest that it's a no-go, but it's more like how long or how tolerant, right? How tolerant you are of lactose. And as you age, your tolerance goes down because you're an adult. You don't have to rely on milk. And that whole lactose tolerance is coming from the idea that when you're a kid, you are breastfed. Right? Kids drink milk, and kids evolutionarily, kids have their mother's milk, and then when you get older, you don't need it anymore. And you're just unlucky for getting it young, even earlier than here's the argument, right? It might not even be unlucky, but more normal. Like it's hard to know, obviously, like because evolutionary biology is evolutionary biology. But if you were to make an argument, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but if you were to make, like from my perspective, a cursory generalization, being intolerant when you start choosing your food is probably the norm. So if you're saying you're getting unlucky because you can't enjoy dairy later, then that would be unlucky. But if you don't see consuming dairy, like that type of dairy filled with lactose, as a normal thing, then you can consider yourself not unlucky or lucky. It simply is normal. Like it's fairly normal for I know how that sounds so weird now because we have so many dairy products, right? And if you're thinking about dairy in general, well, I can tell you there are two countries that we talk about very, very often that rarely ever emphasize dairy products for their, like, the vastness of their entire life. Like my parents and I consume nearly zero dairy in adulthood. So, like, you could say it's unlucky when I used to consume a lot of dairy, so I was raised American, so I do love my milkshake. In fact, I still consume a milkshake for like 4th of July and stuff. And what you can do is you can consume lactate in advance. I don't know if you ever do that. I carry lactate on me, like, because I know that other people may get upset stomach. So I'm that guy that if I am with someone, right? If I'm with a friend and we're gonna go do something, I would carry a bag on me, and the bag would carry like laxative, like Pepto, something like Pepto, for indigestion, a Tums, like a source of sodium bicarbonate, and then maybe like Band-Aids, right? Band-Aids, disinfectant. So lactate, I do carry lactate on me most of the time. I'm not sure if you're gonna make that a regular thing, but typically you can't underestimate how someone might get indigestion. Why do I start carrying things? It's because I got older. I'm just kidding, that's not the reason, but I became more experienced. When you spend a lot of time with lots of people, right? Different types of people have needs, and they might not know what could go wrong. So instead of worrying about what could go wrong, you can prepare for it. And that's what I do. So oftentimes, like, it's not having, like, you know, if you're still concerned about having extra underwear because you might get diarrhea or something, that's the same thing. Like, if you had a bad experience or you witnessed a bad experience, you would prepare for it. So for me, I mean, what does this sound like? It sounds like your parents, right? That's what it means to be an adult, right? Or like, quote unquote, to grow up and become an adult. So I am the person who carries all these things because I want to make sure that I've seen a lot in my life so far, because I hang out with a lot of people who make decisions willy-nilly. So I always carry, right? It's the same as carrying extra cash, carrying one extra credit card, or carrying different means of things. Like, how, like bandages. Sometimes you might need bandages depending on the situation. So I usually prepare for the thing instead of worrying about it, right? Like a lot of times people are like, oh, what if I get a stomach ache? Well, you could say woulda, coulda, shoulda, if I do, if I don't, or you could bring something along, right? And it would be something that's very reasonable. You haven't taken that before, though, no? Oh, lactate? Yeah, lactate is pretty much the go-to. Lactate is exactly what kind of sounds like. It's a lactose aid, but really it has lactase in it. Lactase is the enzyme. I imagine it's a stabilized lactase, that it's an enzyme that gets activated when it's in your stomach, and it will help process lactose. So this is non-invasive, it's a protein, and it's a naturally produced protein that you're supposed to be producing in your body to some extent to process. But this is as common as when you get older. Sometimes you get heartburn, right? Or too much acid in your stomach, and instead of just letting that constantly be a problem, you can have sodium bicarbonate, which is basically chalk, a source of sodium bicarbonate, which is it's a base, right? It's a base powder. It's to help neutralize the acid in your body. So things like Tums is an antacid, as they call it. An antacid is something to regularly carry. So instead of having these things constantly destroy it takes a toll on your body over time. You can consume things that are very common to offset things. And that's kind of like eating spicy foods. You technically can drink milk, ironically, or coincidentally, you can drink milk before you consume spicy foods if you wanted to try spicy foods, because drinking milk can prepare your stomach for them. So the things I carry whenever, nowadays people have very restricted palates, and what I really mean is restricted palates because they're not used to exposure to other things. I would carry a lot of these things. I would carry an antacid for sure, because that can feel bad when you eat something maybe too spicy and then it just kind of steeps. You want an antacid. A laxative is in case there are times when you get a food virus, a foodborne virus, vomiting, nausea, things that deal with nausea and getting the thing out of your system is very important, right? Now there are other things that are more adult oriented, like hangover cures, and they're not technically cures, but things that address headaches, migraines, and hangovers from consuming alcohol products. We're not talking about getting drunk and then getting a hangover, but sometimes people are very sensitive to and a lot of things that prompt headaches. So I usually keep something of this nature. So something for lactose, something for allergies, because food allergies are real. So you get lactose, allergies, and acid. These are the most common: food allergy, lactose, and heartburn, acid reflux. And then the list gets larger as you grow older, obviously, because you encounter more things. I don't have these problems, but it's good to know that these problems can occur. And then headache, nausea, evacuation, and headaches. So those are minimum, and it's not like you're carrying a month's supply of things. You're specifically carrying a container that is sectioned so that in case someone... There are other things that I actually carry depending on things. I carry earplugs. Earplugs are very light. Earplugs or ear protection. whenever I travel. That's another thing, because there are people who have very sensitive hearing, and I also have very sensitive hearing, so I would carry spare, like 2 pairs of ear protection in case like something crazy happens like that. Depending on what we do, there's also eye drops. Eye drops is the other thing. So you're like covering, and these are very small containers, so it doesn't add too much weight. So outside of hygiene, right? You're gonna get hygiene wherever you travel, but oftentimes there are very sensitive places for people's health. The eyes, what goes in your mouth, your nose. So one of the nose things would be a nasal spray. Right, that's usually under the allergies thing. And then ears is pretty optional, but I bring ear protection. And then your stomach. Things that can ruin people's travel. I stopped worrying about these things because I understand what I can do about them. That's my solution. I think a lot of people worry, what if, and what if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? And in order to address that, to not make you turn into a schizophrenic person, right? Or like a very paranoid person. I think the word I was really looking for is a paranoid person, like feeding your paranoia. You build around it, and that's a lot better. Like, for example, I don't know, I know you haven't driven yet in a car, but for the longest time I had always wondered, like, what if I get a flat tire? I don't know how to change a flat tire. So to people who might have attention problems, or they have like environmental anxiety, often learning how to do those things, or know what to do, even you don't even need to learn the skills, know what procedure to do in case it happens, like call your local AAA, which is an organization here in the United States that can get a mechanic out to wherever, right? Knowing what you can do is very helpful. So whenever I told you about, like, did you prepare for your travel, and you're like, nope, I guess I'll just do it there, I guess I'll just wing it there, that is like really healthy. It's a really healthy way to do things, as long as it's not creating worry, concern, depression, laziness, concerns, or encountering problems that you would otherwise be upset if they come up. So for me, I mention all of these things because that's kind of how you get the worry under control. And also learn how to make it seem like it's not a big deal. It is a big deal to people who aren't used to it. Like, I'm very used to thinking about what to do. So whenever I'm traveling with someone, it might sound like an egotistical thing, but I always consider myself the host of the traveling thing. So when I invite someone to go somewhere, I want to be the responsible person. The other person can also be responsible, obviously, but the things that I talk about, that's like second nature. Like, oh, I know a lot about this person that I'm inviting. They don't have to worry about it, and I'm not going to tell them about it. If it happens, then I know what to do. If it doesn't happen, then none the wiser. But that's typically what it's like to, in my opinion, be a responsible person, right? And I think my parents have done that for me. They have demonstrated that to me when I was younger. And whenever something bad happens, or something I don't have enough experience to understand, they are ready for it. If they are not ready for it, they are still ready for it. They know how to deal with it. Like, obviously, you're not trying to predict the future and cover everything. Practicing this gets you better at looking for them. You bring around meds because you used to have allergies and now you're scared despite officially not having allergies. Okay. Yeah. One thing that I typically don't bring along that I wish was I didn't have like a shelf life and stuff is probably an EpiPen. I think I've, knock on wood, I haven't ever been around someone who accidentally had anaphylactic shock, like from allergies, like foodborne allergies specifically. But I have always thought about carrying an EpiPen, and EpiPens are very expensive. So, like in the United States, they're very expensive. Long story about the agreement or disagreement about fair pricing for EpiPens. But when I think about allergies, like really strong allergies, because I do have allergies and I have seasonal allergies, so I consume antihistamine like they're normal part of, like someone who has high blood pressure, like they and daily take blood pressure medication. I take antihistamines like that already, so I'm fairly accustomed to like making sure, oh, it's been 24 hours, let's go and antihistamine up because of allergies. And maybe that's what makes me sound like I'm trying to be over prepared. Human behavior has this really wonderful way of normalizing practices when it could be sounds laborious to other people. I have a checklist, or what I mean is I have a mental checklist. I don't. Oh, you had food allergies with pens and all. Oh, okay. Yeah, thankfully I was not ever, like, I was lucky enough to never have witnessed like a personal friend, like, because I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The best thing you can do is probably call 911. That's the United States emergency line, right? And or hope that the place or the establishment has some sort of medical kit with an EpiPen or something like that, but usually that's not the case. And the person, oftentimes I have come to understand that people who have food allergies or potential food allergies, they are expected to carry EpiPens on them in case something happens, because you can never be sure how, like, an unfortunate series of events, like no one's out there trying to, take you out with your food allergy, but accidents can happen, and contamination, cross-contamination, food handling can happen still, despite like humans doing the best they can. So that's kind of one of those things that I don't have covered. Anyways, I do not have food allergies, so that's kind of a nice thing. Lactose tolerance, right? Lactose tolerance is not considered that type of thing. It's a different reaction. Anyways, and also cilantro doesn't taste like soap for me. That's another thing. I like cilantro. Or coriander. Coriander is the other word that can be tossed around between British and Americans. Coriander versus cilantro. You used to have a peanut, pine nut, egg allergy. Oh. As a child, eggs were really hard to rely on. Restaurants for not giving you. Yeah. And it will change. It will continue. It's not uncommon for those things to change as one ages. Especially, it's actually far more common as like someone is reaching adolescence. So when you're younger to adulthood, that creates a lot of change. Lots of change when it comes to those things. Now I'm just getting older, so tolerances go down. You hear it all the time. It's like, man, I used to love spicy foods, and now you just get more sensitive palate. Yeah, that's when you long had the allergies, no longer have the allergies. Yeah, that's when you no longer. I see. All right, good talk. When are you heading? Oh wait, what time is it? So you're chilling today, and then you're heading out first thing tomorrow, or when are you doing your cross state excursion? Wait, have you been to a Cinnabon before? It's there is a chance it might trigger some lactose, but I don't think so. A Cinnabon is one of the things that you could do. Stop by a Cinnabon. You're in mid-cross state drive as we speak. Oh, okay. Cinnabon is a place that would. You don't know what a Cinnabon is? It's a like a chain, but it's very convenient. Cinnabons are probably at many rest stops. They sell cinnamon buns. That's why it's called Cinnabon. Cinnamon buns. So that is something that is one of the most standardized gold standards. So like above average. So what I mean by that is if you go to like Japan, for example, or like, for example, if you go to UK, maybe there's a standardized fish and chips place. And you can't go wrong with it. That type of thing. You can't go wrong with ordering their thing because the chain is consistent, right? Cinnabon is one of them. You get a cinnamon bun, just a standard classic cinnamon bun. Or I don't know, there's a Krispy Kreme. Krispy Kreme would be another one. Krispy Kreme, and then you get a normal glazed donut. Krispy Kreme is your standardized no fail. So these are, I'm naming these because they are Americana standards. Basically, like if you're going to Japan, like a Ichiran would be your standard safe ramen. Oh, you have Krispy Kreme in the UK? Okay, I didn't know if your location like had a accessible Krispy Kreme, because what's his name? Someone, what is it? Churn mentioned Five Guys in Malaysia, and there's 2 Five Guys in Malaysia. That was a shocker to me. Like I didn't realize Five Guys branched out, because here Five Guys, oh, you can go to a Five Guys. Five Guys is here. Since you're not gonna go anywhere more south, it's Five Guys is from Virginia, and PA and Virginia and Maryland are like, they kind of cross like Jersey and New York and Connecticut. So these guys, Five Guys would be a place to stop for like a burger. Krispy Kreme, like the go-to bringing into school on birthdays for your friends food. Oh, okay. That's cool. I had no idea that is the thing. Yeah, Krispy Kreme is all reliable. Like, so I'm not saying like it's gonna blow your socks off or it's gonna life change. The thing is, if you want something Americana, right? Like, and it's always like a 8, you know? Like it's always above a 5. It's always a 5+. Cinnabon is one of them. I think it's called Cinnabon. I don't think it's called Cinnabon. Yeah. And it's all over the place. So, yeah, at least in this place. So it's just cinnamon. You just get a Cinnabon. I don't know where the bon part comes from. But you get a standard cinnamon bun. And it's like a original Krispy Kreme donut. It's safe. It's above average. It rarely ever falls below average. So this would be probably one. And it's huge. It kind of comes... I don't know if you remember like like McDonald's Big Mac containers? They kind of look like... They kind of have like a hat on them. I don't know how to draw 3D structures. But it comes in that. It's like one cinnamon donut, like cinnamon bun in one of those containers. Standard You'll probably find them at every single gas station across the trip. So when you're mid-trip, I think I know which interstate you are on. There are probably 4 Cinnabons along the way. And they're in the big rest stops. They're called, like, in the mountains. You're pretty much in the mountains at this point, probably. In the mountains. There are, like, huge cutouts somewhere, and they're rest stations. And they will have, like, I don't know, a McDonald's, maybe a BK or something. And then there will be a Cinnabon attached to it. Something. And you just get their normal, classic cinnamon bun. That's probably a very American, quite American thing. That is above average. It's consistently above average. Obviously, when someone says like, oh, but what about your health and stuff? If you're traveling and you are concerned about, you know, food and your calories, then yeah, then probably not. However, if you're talking about sweets and stuff, it's a really great treat. I think, what else is along the way? Yeah, a cinnamon bun is nice. And if it's like, you can also ask them to make sure that it's hot or something, like maybe they can heat it up for you and stuff. Oh, it's really nice on a like slightly on a road trip kind of thing. Other than that, I don't know there's any iconic things along the way that is like super readily available. Yeah. Do that. I would love to hear what your experience is with that. Alright, now we're really gonna go and do this and then go to our Boom Pro stuff. Again, not Michelin star. I wanna emphasize that. Not Michelin star. This is a chain place that's above average. You gotta love chain places that are above average because they're so convenient. Five Guys though. Ooh. When Churn talked about Five Guys and his meal, I almost took my car keys and drove to the local Five Guys. It was they were closed. I was like reading his message at like 1 in the morning, so the Five Guys was not open. But oh, Five Guys, nice. Again, if you're on a diet and you're watching like stuff, it's probably not for you. But if you're gonna eat something once in a lifetime, that's kind of like going to Japan, right? For example, that's kind of like going to Japan and someone saying, and you go by a Wagyu, right? Wagyu place, and you're like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. It's just too fatty. But you're going there for once in a lifetime, so that's kind of the thing. It's not like I eat Five Guys like maybe once every 2 years. In fact, I might drag a little goober to Five Guys again this time because it's been like 3 or 4 years since I've had a Five Guys burger. That's the kind of thing. Like you're treating yourself. So I'm only specifically highlighting things that are kind of hard to find and things that might be easier to find, but they are still like you're not going to be able to find it when you're not traveling. It's been a while since you had Five Guys, but it looked good. Yeah. When was the last time you had Five Guys? Yeah, it's been so long. I don't remember. I know you have Subway, right? Subway is international. However, this is more of a generalized American thing. Jimmy John's. And Jimmy John's is, if you encounter a Jimmy John's, that would be another alternative. Like, Jimmy John's is kind of like a Five Guys. But they do what Subway does. But it's not. It's Jimmy John's, I believe, is local. It's like regional. It's not international like Subway is. Affordable, above standard. All their like standardizations of their meal preps and stuff are above average. Jimmy John's. You don't know 4 years ago? But okay. But currently, having the first burger you've had for 1 to 2 years in a car next to the road, it's so big compared to. Yeah, I do have to admit proportion size. Now, hear me out. Now, here's something that I do understand. It's a reasonable assumption. So, you know, a lot of times people talk about weight, right? And Americans, I'm not ignoring this. The United States do have a weight problem, and not necessarily a weight problem per se. This is the symptom, right? This is a symptom. The mechanic is overeating, right? And overeating, some of the root cause is hyperpalatability. So I just want to make sure that I am acknowledging that. So hyperpalatable foods is what initiates overeating, which then creates a symptom of weight problem. Now, once we go beyond that, one of the things that I think about that people talk about is that they talk about portion size. Portion size. Here, you swear everything has double the sauce on it. Yeah. So now, where does portion size hit this, right? Portion size can be one of the reasons that contribute to overeating. But I think there's a subtle culture that I'm not entirely sure if other Americans would agree with me, actually, or that foreigners are not aware of. Typically when you buy the portion size, like when you're out and about, you typically don't consume it all. The expectation is you're always going to take it with you. Now, the argument is a lot of times people would say like, well, portion size, the reason why it leads to overeating is when you buy something really big, you are likely going to consume all of it at once. I would say that represents, maybe there is a chance it's more than 50% of people, but I'm not part of this 50%. Most of the time when you're buying portion size, the idea is that you're buying a portion size to eat across multiple times, not consuming it all at once. And then the whole like double sauce thing, that is also the idea of the intensity of the stuff, right? And you find ways to complement it in some way, but the sauce thing is fairly true. The hyperpalatability, it's part of hyperpalatability. The intensity of the flavors is typically incredibly intense, like high ranged, because it makes the food hyperpalatable. Intense sauce. I actually am I hang out with a goober, and I'm going to hang out with a goober soon, who absolutely despises any form of sauce. He legitimately does not eat anything that has sauce on it. I mentioned him before where I think seasoning is a little too intense for him, so he doesn't even like seasoning. No spice, no sauce, no seasoning. Sometimes I've convinced myself that he thinks cardboard has a lot of taste. Like Cardboard has too much of a complex taste. By coincidence, I was thinking about food because this year is the year that I'm gonna be taking this goober to an anime convention. Like, so all that stuff that I was talking about, it's not a coincidence that I am talking about most of this, because before I started streaming today, I literally talked about this. Like, I'm brainstorming and trying to figure out what we can do when we're hanging out. And the potato that I'm talking about, he has a very restrictive palate, like very restrictive. We're talking about unseasoned boiled chicken on plain bread with nothing on it is probably his go-to meal. And then nothing can be wet, so complete lack of water content is suggestible. Like baked arid foods are his go-to, so like dry saltine crackers without the salt is probably his go-to meal and source of carbs. So I've met people like him before. My best friends were very similar in a way, although they chose very particular ones. I remember some of my best, like when I first met my best friends, their go-to meal was plain cheese pizza, Coca-Cola, and Twizzlers. I swear that's all they, and then they consume like grilled cheese sandwich, specifically white bread and provolone cheese, and then they would like pick one sub and have that for every single meal before they met me. So then when they met me, I'm like, dang guys, they're not like that anymore. They, you know, like since then it's different now. We eat sushi. We still go with pizza, but there's, you know, sushi, more things, just more things. It's still tough for them though. Like what I mean is they're more entertaining me than consuming for it often felt like outside of eating their typical things, they don't find enjoyment in food exploration. And it's I've said this before, food exploration is like one of the gifts that you have as a living creature. Like life, food is one of them. So it's inexplicable, it's unique, it's pretty much systematically yours. Like it's one of the most unique things that you can do as a conscious human being, right? It's food. And then obviously there's music and stuff, hearing, right? And then seeing. So, but food is incredibly accessible. You gotta take it where it is. And also prepare for all your food idiosyncrasies. I would keep a pill of lactate sometimes. Like if you ever stop by a pharmacy, right? Like a convenient pharmacy, which is like at every corner when you enter a city or something. I honestly think lactate up just so you can have an American milkshake somewhere might be something to consider. Again, this is not the same as taking medication. Lactate is not a medication. It's extracted lactase, like an enzyme. I would say it's almost equivalent. I'm gonna do a little hand wavy thing on science here. It's kind of like adding yeast to your bread, like to your dough. Yeah, It's like yeast adding to your dough to create a culture. You're taking advantage of a naturally occurring enzyme. Like, the yeast is a living organism, while lactase in lactate is not a living organism anymore. But the enzyme is extracted from a living source, so it doesn't actually cross your like barrier. You're basically, it's kind of like eating a prebiotic or a probiotic, where you have organisms that provide an enzyme, but they stay in your stomach temporarily, and then when you consume it, that enzyme functions there, and then the nutrient that they liberate goes across your barrier. So what they're trying to do is lactose creates gas, that gas, like a byproduct. So if lactose, if it sits in your stomach, so the lactase is there to convert it into something that isn't that. It usually converts it into glucose. So then that is then liberated from your stomach through your normal process. So it's kind of like eating yogurt before eating spicy foods. You're eating lactase in the form of the brand called Lactaid. That Lactaid is just the name of a brand. You can find lactase tablets anywhere, right? Or, hear me out, in the United States, you can order special stuff all the time. So you can always get a lactose-free. You can probably find a place that serves a lactose-free shake. And usually it's a boutique place that anywhere in the city, probably in New York City, every single milkshake place probably offers like almond milk or soy milk or some sort of lactose and free thing. So like, you don't even have to technically worry about lactate or lactose, because in the United States, again, the customer, right? A customer is always right in the matter of taste. So when you go into a place, you can simply ask them, do you have lactose-free products or dairy-free products? If they say yes, then you can go grab something there. Most of the places that are like in the city will be like built. They are typically built to take into that consideration. Like, that's kind of what makes the city the city. They're legitimately like, if you go in, there's a chance that if you ask someone like susume like susume wa, right? Like, what do you recommend, right? And they would be like, okay, are you we offer a sandwich, and then when they describe the sandwich, it's like, okay, so the bread is gluten-free, like farm raised, organically fed beef, like it just goes on. So the minimum they would have typically is probably a lactose-free milkshake. So you can, lactate is not really all that necessary. It's always nice to carry on, but the idea is, I don't think you're gonna have a trouble finding an American establishment that doesn't have, I don't know what people say these days, like gluten-free, farm range, organically fed, natural, pesticide-free, antibiotic-free, lactose-free cheese. I don't know. It's like, it's gotten to a point where I haven't gone in, I don't go social eating too often anymore. And every year I would go like once a year because I go to Otakon, and I would like walk into a beverage place and I would like look at their, their storefront menu thing. And I literally did this in one of the pictures before, in the hotel place that we stayed for Otakon. Is that still even cheese? I have no idea. It's still even cheese. so so I had a menu. This is how out of touch I am with like social eating, because I don't social eat anymore. Just make food at home, right, and then grab the produce. I looked at the menu, and I was with company, my roommates, last year. And I look at this menu, and I was looking at their what is it? It was a hummus. I ordered like pita chips with hummus, but it wasn't it wasn't described as just pita chips and hummus. It had lots of words. Like next to it, it's like, what does this V and star mean? And then you have to like look down. So all the menus have like asterisks and asterisks and like little icons and stuff. And then you would have to look at the bottom of the menu. It's like, wait, what is vegan free pita? Like, does that mean it doesn't have yeast in it? I don't. Pita chips are they not vegan by default? Like that's the type of thing that I was doing in like in the United States. When you go to like a metropolitan place, like in a city, I'm so out of touch. When I look at it, I don't have food allergies, so that's outside of like lactose intolerance, like varying degrees. So, and that's not a food allergy, obviously. But when I look at menus, it is so difficult too. But you'll likely be able to find something. So if you're gluten intolerant, you're keto. Oh yeah, I forgot. Like you can probably find a keto friendly milkshake too. Keto friendly, paleo diet centric, vegan, carnivore only, plant-based, organic, home-ranged, gluten-free, lactose-free milkshake or something like that. And maybe like once stirred or once processed, freeze-dried only. I don't know. It goes on. So in my opinion, if when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So whenever I step in, I would wait and watch how other people order. Like, you know, it's almost as though I don't even live in the country that I say I live in, largely because it's a different state, it's a different city, right? Like if you're not from the city, when you walk into a city, it almost feels like you're in a different country sometimes. So you would wait, I would like chill, and I would listen to what the locals order, like the locals, and I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. And then I would order something. Like it would be just fun as a frame of reference. Usually I would just say susume wa, right? Like, what do you recommend most of the time? Like, oh, that looks like that's good, I'll just have whatever that is. And then I just carry stuff on me in case it upsets my stomach or something. But man, going into like a coffee shop, it's bewildering. I don't know what it's like in UK coffee places. City coffee places, like, or like beverage places, are like wild. It takes me longer to process what's going on the menu than just making a decision. Crazy. I'm looking forward to hearing what you notice in the craziness that is the craziness that is the metropolitan area. I once recently I once went into a coffee shop that asked you, how do you want your coffee pressed, or how do you want your coffee prepared technically. So they offered like the 4 different methods, and I'm like, well, like I don't usually typically drink coffee, but what I mean is I saw someone specify how their coffee is prepared. I'm like, huh, I wonder how many ways there are. So I looked on the menu and I'm like, oh, there are 6 different ways they prepare coffee here. I see. Like each of the steps of the coffee process was available for them to like specify. And I was there for not a coffee. I was getting a bubble tea. And then bubble tea, you had to specify most of it too. Like the level of sugar, it tells you to the gram and stepwise to the gram, the type of milk, the type of bubbles, the type of toppings, how much ice. I basically just said middle sugar and then whatever the default is. I'm not that type of person. That to tell you, Mika, that's what goes back to the original thing about tipping, right? The tipping culture and like the customers' entitlement and stuff. That's really like the thing that my parents really adapted to early on when they were operating their Chinese restaurants. Like the customizability is the thing that often creates a cultural dissonance between like going to Japan and coming from the United States, because oftentimes it's kind of assumed that your customer will be picky, like, or they're picky but it's not any pickier than the normal. So like if I open a bakery, for example, each one of my customers will have a running history of their order because I want to understand the idiosyncrasies of my customers. That's expected, because when a customer says, oh yeah, can you make this a little flatter, like add a little bit more water, I'll remember that for next time. I legitimately, you do it and say, oh, how was it? It was really good. Okay, we'll prepare it like that next time. So that's kind of how I feel about establishments in the United States. But when I go to Japan, I don't expect that, right? Like culturally, I grew up like a family, like my family, what my parents would do at home is they would cook something and I would eat it and I would enjoy it. I wouldn't sit there and say like, oh, do we have any salt, or do we have any like garlic or something? Like I don't need to adjust what I'm eating because my parents prepped it. I would enjoy it the way it was prepped, right? There's no commentary. Now, hear me out. I'm old-fashioned though. I'm like my parents. My sister, on the other hand, is not quite the same. Like, she embraced a different value system, right? And in the United States, that's kind of how it feels. When you hear kids, like they're like, oh, yeah, my mother's meatloaf is slightly too salty, so I tell her that, or like it's not salty enough, so I just get the salt and add it. And I'm that person that grew up was like, oh, thank you for the meal, and I would enjoy it to the best of my capacity. That's kind of like why if I go to Japan, I understand that when I go in there, I'm there to eat what they have prepared for me that I'm purchasing. I'm not there to say what is the right way or whatnot. If it doesn't agree with me, I can tell them. I still actually tell them like it was delicious, it was satiating. I look for the things that are good in their prep, not what I disagree with them and how I would change it, right? However, in American commentary, or at least in my opinion, Americanized commentary, it would be more of that, a critique. So like, oh yeah, your food is too salty, man. Like, it's not for me. Like, if you want me to buy your food again, you should lower the salt or something like that, right? And it's not a bad or a good thing. It's more of like a cultural dissonance. You're the person that asks for water almost everywhere. I see. Yeah. I do this. I didn't do this when I was visiting another country, but I did do this everywhere I go for water. Like I used to social drink, right? Like whenever I get a chance, if someone is like inviting me to a social gathering, like at a bar or something, I typically would ask the person, hey, can I get like a gin and tonic, but can I also get a cup of water on the side? So that's like, I'm that type of guy. And then others would like look at me funny. It's like, wait, why are you but what I mean is look funny in the sense of it's a peculiar order, but at the same time it's expected. So, but if I go into another place that's outside of the United States, for example, I might not be as so forward. I would be a little bit more apologetic, or maybe inquire if they have water instead of saying, may I have a gin and tonic and a water on the side, because that is expected. Special accommodations, in my opinion, has been very much conditioned in the United States because of the customer. Again, customer is always right in the matter of taste. That's kind of what makes the United States so interesting, I would say, still, to me, because my home life is not the same, and I don't also behave that way at home. I always do the best I can for myself, so that means I must be satisfied with the thing I can do best at the time. And then when I try to host someone, well, you do your best. You don't reach like a middle ground and expect them to guide you through their things. So like when I receive a gift, I'm not the one who is very receptive at being asked what I want, right? But kind of in the United States, it's kind of like that. Like, it's a lot easier to simply ask what the person wants. So it kind of translates into like food as well. So oftentimes when you're a server, which I haven't been a waiter in my life, I've only been like someone who takes orders, like a cashier. The first thing you would ask is like, oh, well, how would you want that? What do you want? Like, how would you want your salad prepared? Like, the more questions you can answer, the more likely you appear like a helpful server, like a helpful service worker. So that's when you get tips, right? Like, that's kind of how you're incentivized. So when the customers, oh, is everything okay? Like, I know it's been like 15 minutes, but I see that your water is kind of half empty. Can I fill that up for you? If you like, do you want more water? Do you want another refill? Like, that's kind of the norm. And so whenever you go in as a customer, it feels like you can order things around all the time. And that can come off as a bit disrespectful in other countries, or like more like a culture shock in other countries. Like, oh, hey, I want to order this, and then that's it. You don't ask any questions, in my opinion. Like, you don't have to ask any questions, nothing. It's just you order it and you try to enjoy it, right? But a common behavioral thing is the conversation in the beginning. And you can still see that in other influencers who travel to Japan, where it's, to me, it's really like endearing to see like the Japanese culture, like especially the Japanese culture interacting with like an American, for example, where they try to meet in the middle, because they're really, both of the people are trying to be friendly to, and they're like, hey, may I ask, what is in this? Like, what does this taste like? Is this spicy? Like, what do you think? Like, do you think I would like this? So those type of questions happen far more often, at least in my opinion, in the United States. And it's actually a ritual, right? Like, a server comes up, and I play to this. Honestly, it really does benefit both parties. Like, when a server comes up, it's like, oh, how's your day? It's like, oh, it's going well. How's your day? Has it been, how was your day, like, in the restaurant? Like, has it been pretty busy lately? So you kind of do chit chat, right? You chit chat, and it's like, okay, what do you have for recommendation? I'm looking for like something a little bit sour, and I kind of want something hot. Do you have any ideas? So you kind of do this conversation thing, as opposed to the business side of things, where like even a vending machine, right? You click on your order, you submit your form, and you wait. You're served, and right, like, very business oriented. Instead, it's more like lollygagging. The more you lollygag, at least in my opinion, it's the experience of dining is the idea. Not necessarily fine dining. That's a whole different story. Fine dining is too rich for my life. I can't afford fine dining. Fine dining is the chef pampering you, right? Omakase would be an example, like a French patisserie or a place. They're there to pamper you the way they think you should be eating things. That's fine dining, in my opinion. When you're in like a local place or like trying to shoot up the like local spot in the United States, it's more like chit chat. So it can be off-putting for a culture that doesn't like to chit chat. Japan is a great example. Chinese is a great example. My parents don't behave like that too often. They actually chit chat now during lunch. Like the things get really long. Like spend like 2 hours, at a meal, and 30 minutes of it would be consuming food. And hear me out, that can be bad for business, right? Like if you're thinking about business and whatnot, like my mother is not less like my father a lot of times. My mother would be like, why do people come in and not go in to eat in the United States? Like she legitimately asked me that before, where like, man, look at it, like they're just holding up the table because like they're not even there to eat. They're just chatting for like an hour and a half and paying like $100 to eat there, but they barely eat anything. They're like $20 in, you know, like $20 of stuff, and then they're happy, like because it's a social event. You chat with everyone, like you're there to socialize and whatnot. So that can sound like a nightmare. I really do understand for the internet crew and people who are really isolated nowadays. If you don't believe me, right? Like if like some people would say like, hey Maku, you're talking out of your butt. Where's your data in this? Like, where's that data? The highest resurgence of dining type and money right now in food services are places that emphasize that component. And we're talking about Gen Z here. So like, despite those Gen Zs online that's saying like, no one likes to socialize when they go out to eat and whatnot, it's the fastest recovering and uptrending market in the food industry. So like, places that don't even serve, like some people say they just serve average, slightly above average food, but it's not that they want. The largest revenue source right now that's trending in social eating is a place that has ambiance, a place that has social experiences. So like Texas Roadhouse is a great example. It's not the best steak. It's not like a omakase or like a wagyu. Like they're not serving wagyu and like some 100-year-old tradition cured meat things. It's like an Applebee's. I'm not sure if that's international enough to say, but you know, it's like a place, very commonplace. The food is slightly above average, but they are doing really well. And then there's obviously jokes like Olive Garden, right? Olive Garden is a great example online. They've been memed to death because of quote unquote real Italians talking about the food, and I get it. It's true. Like if you grade the place on its food, I have no qualms with that. And yeah, the Olive Garden doesn't have like 10 out of 10 Michelin star or even authentic or whatever you want to classify as Italian food, and then like they don't serve steak like the French people do, etc. Right? The thing is, why do they exist? This is where it has been trending. So in the United States, chit chat, social events, that is what I love about highlighting things. And then when a server, right, when a waiter and an employer of a restaurant understands that's it, usually that friendliness starts to make sense, in my opinion. It becomes appropriate. And also, it's also where you get a lot of money, right? And that's how they make money too, by the way. So if you ever go into a dining place what they do is, I forgot what they're called. There's a name for this. It's the item that they lose money. So, there's a name for this, and I totally forgot what it's called. But generally, the main item that people think about, like the steak, for example, would be the item that the place lose money for. It's keeping them there, keeping the customers there to buy other things through social events that makes up the cost. So that is currently the most prevalent strategy in the United States. Like, you're there to make an event out of it. You got a milkshake when ordering around 30 minutes, and now, hey, can you pass me whatever it was that you carry around? Yeah, lactate. I think you should keep some lactate on you. I'm not sure if lactate has a shelf life. That's a good question, actually. Does lactate have a shelf life? Yes. Oh, once open. Unopened, it lasts 2 to 3 months in the refrigerator. Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of stinks. I didn't remember it being that short. I usually buy the lactate before traveling, and then it gets consumed. Or I then buy lactate the next time I go traveling again, which is very not common. Once a year on average. All right, that's enough discussion for the stuff. But yeah, food, culture, etc. You gotta get excited about these things. I talk people's ear off if I am ever to like invite someone to travel. We gotta make an event of it. I think that is only appropriate for to me personally. It's only appropriate to give what I consider the American experience, which is to be as entitled, I know, for better or for worse, but is to go to places and try to be as appropriately entitled as possible, because that is what going out and traveling in the United States tries to maximize. Now, I'm saying appropriately because you can still be inappropriately self-entitled. Like, I'm not saying go around and just tell everyone to their face like I really hate you or something. That's a different type. That's being like malicious and maliciously and self-entitled. But the idea is sometimes one of the biggest culture shocks can be a reverse culture shock, which is the why do I call it a reverse culture shock? If you're coming from a country where it's always assumed that the standard is the standard and they're kept with good standards, and you come to the United States and you're wondering, oh yeah, but I don't really want to bother them. Like, what if they like think I'm weird for asking if I can have no sugar in my tea, even though they only serve sweet tea? You might want to ask. Like, that's kind of the idea, right? At least in my opinion, if you're going to a location, you have to expect that they got asked those many questions. I think what's really elegant, in my opinion, again, I'm not saying Japan is not great or anything because they don't do this. In fact, it's the cool part about going to a place like Japan because it's so different. Culture shock or culture differences is what makes them beautiful. So the thing is, though, when you come to the United States, in my opinion, is you're the customer, so you're kind of a pain in the butt. This is coming from growing up like the first 18 years like with parents who operate
operate a restaurant that does all of that, right? The customer is a pain in the butt. But the thing is, the customer is also your strongest asset. Your location, if you're running a mom and pop shop, recognizing that your customer is a pain in the butt, but also know that they are probably the pain in the butt customers are the ones that will be like ever loyal to you, and like you develop friendship and networks and word of mouth. That's how it gets going. This sounds like a cliche, at least in my opinion, in the United States, is that when it starts with one customer. Or mom and pop shop. I'm not talking about franchises, because I'm not a son of a large conglomerate or a corporation, right? I'm not a chain owner. So it starts with one customer. If you can satisfy one customer, that one customer can talk to 2 other customers. And then 2 becomes 4. What you do is you build loyalty. And that's in my opinion what I grew up to understand as a successful establishment in the United States. It's very difficult to put a price on customer loyalty. And it comes with basically catering, right? Catering to entitlement. Customers want, in the United States, the main character is the customer. Like, I understand. I'm not saying that in Japan and China the main character isn't the customer, like, so to speak, but oftentimes because of standardization and monoculturalism, the main character is the community. It's everyone. Everyone is the main character. Like, the main character is an organization, so all the customers act similarly. They're expected to act similarly, and all the restaurant owners are meant to act similarly, uphold a specific standard, so that you don't have to negotiate any of this. You're not asking for special treatment, nor are you asking for below average things. In the United States, it comes with pleasantries and negotiation, kind of like your tip. Your tip is negotiable. And what happens is, in my opinion, the ones that really thrive in the United States, for better or for worse, this also is true about your career, right? Your career, your profitability, your charisma. It comes off as one of the greatest assets is knowing how to work your voice, work your communication skills, work the other person. It sounds like a manipulative thing, but we're talking about like working up people, like flattery, or like appropriate levels of flattery, and reading the room situation. And businesses, the ones that are most thriving, for better or for worse, right? Like, you can sell a mediocre product. This is what makes it possible, for better or for worse. You can sell a mediocre product with an incredibly charismatic personality, right? It's salesmanship. And that's, some people will say, well, yeah, that's basically why capitalism is so rotten sometimes. It's like, yeah, it's both incredible and rotten at the same time. Again, capitalism, things that revolve on incentivized behavior, has a larger range. So where you have a lot of bad actors, or more bad actors, you also have good actors. And my parents made it successful because each customer is a main character. The more customers feel like they're the main character, the more likely that they'll come back, because they can't find that service anywhere else. So you are expected to eventually feel self-entitled in the United States. Like, that's the whole idea. Like, and it keeps the customer, for better or for worse, eating at the same place, eating the same thing over and over again, in constant repeated visits, as opposed to going and exploring other things. So, you know, mix and match. So one of the most common behaviors in the United States is always going to the same place, eating nearly the same thing every single day, because it's so tailored to them over time. And I'm kind of a mix of that. So sometimes whenever I meet someone, like, oh, that's great. Like, what do you usually eat? And they would know what they usually eat. And for me, you know, I'm like, hey, you want to go try somewhere else different? It's like, but it won't be as, like, it won't match me. It's like, well, we'll just start somewhere else. Let's just explore a little bit. That's like kind of visiting Japan. You're basically going in and you're accepting the fact that whatever you're going to get is alien to you. It's going to be the best thing, or the best thing that the owner or the chef is going to prepare for you, but it's not going to be the thing that is you. In my opinion, that's where the culture is different here. You go to a place and you respond very kind of self-entitledly or emotionally, because if you're moving to a place, right, like let's say you move to the United States and you're scoping out the place. When you go to the different restaurants, you're looking for you're looking for like a repeated place. That's what you're looking for. So you're looking for a place that you can see yourself coming back all the time. So when you're operating that business, the first thing you do is you try to lean it on thicker, right? Be almost uncomfortably trying to get your patronage, and that's what makes you feel like a main character. So that's kind of how my parents approached it. Despite operating a takeout place, a simple takeout place should run through a lot of customers, right? In fact, nearly almost the large majority of profit came from repeated customers. Like, what I mean is, legitimately, one of the repeated customers is a company. Like your Krispy Kreme donuts. Like, for example, a school could order like 50 orders every single day on the dime, on the same time, at the same hour of every week, and you prepare for that. That's what my parents did. Like, over time, you expect certain customers, expect certain workflows, and certain companies that will consistently always order from you, despite having closer places, right? Like, I don't have to really tell most people that American Chinese places are, they're kind of proliferative. They're all kind of very readily available. But my parents, very specific places will order large volumes from them, despite having a more readily accessible place nearby. So that's what I grew up with. It might not work for all. Obviously, I'm not talking, this is like a life hack to start your next business or something. I don't even know if the landscape has changed, but myself, what I come to accept about the American experience, like if you're visiting the United States, I don't know if anyone is interested. Honestly, Mika, you're probably the most enthusiastic that I've met in my last couple of years. Not a lot of people are enthusiastic about visiting the United States. And what I mean is visiting it with a incentivized reason. Usually people would talk about like the experience that they want, like, oh, sightseeing, visiting. Like, so the United States is not one of the places, right? Because in my opinion, I think there's a cultural dissonance between it. The thought is that most of the time it emphasized how mediocre the place is, because they would find that the participants in it are not willing to participate. What I mean by that is, I almost think that if you want to maximize your travel in the United States, hear me out with a grain of salt, you got to make it about yourself. I understand, like, traveling often is more about making about the place, right? Like Japan, you're going there to experience Japanese culture. Like, you're going there to experience all those things. I get that. And then when you look at the United States, like, man, that everything just looks the same. It's like it's the people. not necessarily the literal place. I mean, sometimes you get like a city and whatnot, but it's the people. So if you're going to travel and you're not willing to like socialize or hear stories behind like this standard brick house, then yeah, it's not exciting. It's not in your face exciting. The United States is, in my opinion, overall, it's not characterized by how exciting it looks on the outside, which is kind of humorous because you could make the argument, well, other countries have really deep histories too. If you socialize with them, that's cool, and they look beautiful and whatnot. It's like, yeah, I guess that's true. So if you can appreciate that the people characterizes things, then isn't it just being prejudiced by thinking that the only things that are exciting are surface deep? Like, what I mean is, like, it's kind of humorous when someone says they are cultured and nuanced and appreciative, and yet they go around and say it's not interesting if it doesn't look interesting. I think that's kind of one of my slight rhetorics that I want to present. I have a high school friend. I still know him, right? He's still my friend. I remember going into an average diner. This is gonna be my last short story. I remember going into an average diner. We were high school kids then, and yeah, we were still in high school. And this is just an average diner. I think it was a Denny's. And he had this he didn't have the greatest we didn't have the greatest life that made us really happy in high school, but he has this way where he would like have a conversation with the server, and they really like, it's very friendly. So the server and him, he would talk, and I adapted that quite a bit. I specifically remembered, I'm pretty sure the server was homosexual, and he is hetero, right? But the thing is, they had an energy. They like talk about it very openly and frankly, and then I chatted up, and it just elevated the experience so much. That's kind of what it's like. Like it's the quintessential Americana thing. Like anywhere, just a random place. It used to be like that. But nowadays, I'm not even sure if it's like that anymore, because I feel like people don't talk anymore. Like, what I mean is in these particular places. But despite that feeling, I think the revenue, the money, like they made like funny straight and gay jokes like back and forth, and I thought that was such a great way to capture what it's like to be in the United States. Like you're supposed to talk, like flattery, small talk, make eye contact, smile at each other, right? If you ever wonder what is the competition here, well, you can go to Japan and ask what is one of the biggest things, or most, like I would say, just statistically greater than 50% of the foreigners. The first thing they would notice right away when they come to the United States is that people chit chat. I mean, like, obviously you can find concentrations of no chit chat like in the metropolitan area, but when you walk with someone's gonna make eye contact with you, or they're gonna look your way, and there's a very good chance they're gonna attempt to smile in your direction. If you go to Japan, for example, no, that's probably not going to happen. Otherwise, it's going to give some mixed signals. So I'm genuinely very curious how often this happens when like an American goes to Japan and they like just like look around, or they go into a restaurant and they would be eating, but they would constantly look at the boss or something, like the person cooking and whatnot, when that's not usually the typical practice. And usually that's quote unquote the to another, in my opinion, to another person that's outside would say this is like superficial chit chat. Like chit chat doesn't have a function, right? Like it's inane, it's lacking business practice. And yet that's kind of like saying, oh, your way is wrong and our way is correct. When you can go to a different country and do what they do and say, oh yeah, that must be the right way to do things because everyone else does it. And yet when the United States is in the conversation, it's often like, oh no, that's just the wrong way to do things. And this is one of them. I think it sounds like a nightmare scenario for if there's anyone like out there who doesn't live like in a place like this, it can be off-putting, like, because like, what, you have to say hi to people, like you know, like glance at people, that's okay too. I'm like, okay. I still remember this because Asian countries, at least my tangential understanding from like inherited values, is like you don't look at someone unless you're expecting to have business with them, and typically you look elsewhere, right? You don't smile, you don't recognize. There is a chance you might kind of like nod very subtly. That was something that I had to adjust to as I was growing up, like saying hi. Like still to this day when I'm jogging and then someone's have their dog, right? Like their dog would be walking opposite, I would wave because I can't say hi because I'm deep in breath, but I would still say hi. Like that's it, that's what you get. It's supposed to feel homely. So probably one of the first noticeable things is it could feel good not having to say hi. So obviously it's not like every American likes to do that. They could have a bad day, so they don't want to say hi to anyone, right? They live in the city, they business as usual, they're always running late, you don't want to say hi. That's fair enough. But the social norm typically is that you kind of acknowledge each other's presence a lot of times. All right, okay, I'm done rambling. Let's just really finish this now. Okay. You always find it so strange how waiters introduce themselves and also people on the street. Oh yes, yep. It was a group of 2 on the sidewalk and they verbally apologized not for being in the way slightly. Yeah, that's I love that you use the stranger waiter things like, oh hi, my name is, right? Like if you need to know, you know, if you need anything, give me a holler, I'll be right here with you. Like, you know, how are we doing today? Like, and then for me, you can tell when you're local because then they would start having conversation. But if you're a visiting person, the group would literally go straight into ordering most of the time. So like the waiter literally asks, so how are we doing today? What can I do for you? And the person would be like, and then they would just go to ordering. But if you're used to it, like if you're in a local area, it would be like, oh, you know, the weather, yeah, it's kind of hot outside. How are you doing in here? Like, what was it like here? Has it been pretty busy? That would be the first thing that I would do nowadays, because that's the way, at least in my opinion. And then the whole apologizing verbally and the group too on the sidewalk, that's you have chit chat all the time. Like, and if you don't have chit chat, say you have a bad day, it's also not technically rude to like just keep going, but the idea is the acknowledgement is constantly verbally, so it can be a little bit off-putting for those who don't want to engage in that. Obviously we're talking about the like the average interaction. We're not talking about bad actors, and because there are bad actors like catcalling and stuff like that, so more serious things. And then there's maybe like a miscommunication, anger situations. But the social norm is definitely like sometimes you could be walking by each other and you just get this interaction, and I kind of dig it. I mean, it's one of the things that it reminds me that I'm growing up, in this country. That's kind of there is a lot of, I get it. There is a lot of pleasure to like simply go about your business and minding your own business. And I understand that too. I mean, I do that on a regular basis at home, right? You don't put your nose where you want, where you are. Like, oh, here's one thing. Whenever there's a dog involved, boy, howdy, that can get a little weird. And it's not because it's weird, meaning that it's socially awkward or different. It's more like it's hard to know if it's okay. So, like, if you had a dog, right? If you're walking a dog, probably the first thing you'll get when you're walking the dog is someone will come up and say, is it okay if I like pet your dog? Like that's American. That's what happens. And it's like overly explanatory and overly like verbalized, descriptor verbalized. It used to be like, oh, your dog is really cute, can I pet it? Like nowadays it's also, you have to get into the idea like, okay, this could be a service dog, so service dogs, you can't pet service dogs when they're on the job. So and most of this conversation is like a normal thing, and it can get to a point where it's also exhausting, like on your, people do get exhausted. So it's still the social norm though, where you clarify everything. Like, oh, yeah, I'm on this keto diet right now. If we go here, do you think they're gonna have something keto friendly? And oh, do you think that they have like a dog treat for my dog if I bring him along? And then you just go. And that's what people ask to pet your dog. In the UK, the most would be saying the dog is cute. Oh, yeah, people pets. And it's become, because of service dogs recently, they ask to pet the dog, because before you can't, people are very like likely to pet dogs. Oh, can I pet? Like they were like, they would kind of do this thing where like, oh, it's so cute, and then the owner would literally say, oh, you can go and pet the dog, like if you want. Like that's the typical thing. But since the rise of service dogs and whatnot, you have to ask. But typically petting dogs is a norm. So like if you have a dog, you're kind of already assumed to expect that you're going to have interactions with people who like dogs. That's probably more of a culture shock than I think a lot of other places would be. Like, I can't tell you, there's only one time that I've ever been on a dog walk with someone, and it's like every 5 minutes in the park. And hear me out. My mother, the pragmatic person she is, she would probably say, it's a dog. Like, it's not like they've never seen a dog before. Why? Like, this dog is exactly like that dog over there. Why would they go to every single dog and ask if they could pet it? And my comment oftentimes is like, Mom, that's the activity. All the dogs are special. That's what I would say. Because if humans are all main characters, then their dogs are all main characters too. Like, they would be treated like unique to the main characters. So you would have, it's one of those pragmatic things that I like to highlight about my parents, where they would think that if something is standardized, there's no reason to be interested in something else that looks exactly like it. So whenever we like go to the park, maybe like my mother would see like 10 people doing the same thing, so she would only find one of them interesting, because all the other things are supposed to be the same. But the thing is, when you go, you see someone with a German Shepherd, right? And then another guy comes by and it's another German Shepherd and they look almost identical. You almost want to know about the dog because they're two different dogs. They're not two German Shepherds. They're two different dogs with two different owners. So you kind of just want to pet all of them anyways. So it's not one of those things where you come from a pragmatic thing like, oh, you've seen one, you've seen them all. Or you've done one, you've done them all. You can save time by not wasting your time doing the same thing over and over again. But simply the act of doing that is kind of the experience. One of the most cute, to me, I find this incredibly endearing about American social activities. When you go to a park a dog park, for example, the first thing the person would say is like, I'm gonna go pet every single dog. I'm like, what do you mean by you're gonna go pet every single dog? It's like, I love dogs. It's like, but can't you just pet a few of them? And then you're, the back of my head thinking objective is like, you could just pet a couple of them and then you have the experience, right? Like, no, I'm gonna pet every single one of the dogs. They're all different. And that's kind of what I mean by Americanization. Everyone's different. And the downside is obviously you don't have enough time to do all of that, right? You have to create a balance. You can't just go and pet everyone's dog. What if some dogs you can't pet? That kind of thing. The idea is, though, it's often treated as every instance is special. So when you go to eat, right, you're not expecting a standard. You're expecting to do something more. So it's for better or for worse. You could have a bad, to be comfortable, in my opinion, to be comfortable in the United States. And I'm not saying everyone is comfortable in the United States, even being Americans. The average person in the United States, growing up in the United States, would think that if you go to a restaurant and it's a good experience, you go back to the restaurant that was a good experience. You don't make the assumption that the next restaurant is going to be a good experience. You're always on a cautionary tale because you simply don't jive with the next restaurant or the next experience. So you go up and down. And that can be very debilitating for someone who is only wants good things and can only handle good things. And in a place in Japan, I often use Japan because Japan is very classically standardized. It's incredibly homogenous. So when you go there, if you go to one ramen shop, it's fantastic. You go to the next one, it's probably very close. It's rarely going to deviate away from it. It's not going to get extraordinarily greater, but it's also not going to dip any lower. And one of the things that the United States have taught me, growing up in the United States, is things vary. Everyone has an opinion on how to run places, do places, create places, and even consume things. So when you want an experience, it depends on how much energy you want to put into it. If you love dogs, go and pet every single dog owner, because you don't know which dogs you can pet and which owners don't like you and which owners do like you, or which owners are more comfortable with you. It's not assumed that there's a consistent expectation. And that's kind of ironic because a lot of times you're saying, well, then what is American? That question happens a lot. What is American culture then? It's a mix. The mix is the American culture. It's the individualization is what happens, and that creates that culture shock. If you go to the United States and you suddenly have 4 bad experiences in a row, the classical nature is to say, oh, everyone's bad. From a place that is consistent. So if the food is bad in a place that is consistent, then it's likely that it won't change very much elsewhere nearby. For me, you could have 2 restaurants right next to each other, and one you just find incredibly disagreeable, and then the next one which does nearly the same thing objectively, but it's incredibly disagreeable because you simply like the owner more than the other one. And that is an acquired taste. It's kind of like everything is hit and miss, right? You hit high, you hit low. It comes out average, maybe still below average Japan, I don't know, but I would say, again, it's that whole range thing. If you have highs and lows, the average is probably somewhere in between, right? That's mathematically. But you might have a smaller range, and it might also be easier to raise the average slightly. So that's kind of what it always feels like when I hear other people talk about their countries and countries that I want to visit and whatnot. They usually am very confident in saying, we do this. It's nearly always like this. The only thing I can say that is most consistent in the United States when you think about it is also the thing that most foreigners demonize about Americans. Individualism. Individualism is the thing that gets demonized because you can easily pick out who is acting bad and who is acting good because it's not a collective. So what I mean by that is it's not so big that it makes an argument for itself. Like when someone says, oh yeah, Americans, they don't understand what it's like to have clean, like, I don't know, have clean streets or something. And then another person's like, oh, well, this American understands what a clean street is. And it's like, oh, well, this American doesn't. It's like, I know that's the most consistent thing about Americans. Like, because it's a United States, right? It's a collection of states. And you'll be able to find all of them. So the most consistent thing that you need to do is know how to socialize. That's what is the most consistent skill that is required to be in an inconsistent place. Communication. Hence why, in my opinion, for better or for worse, one of the greatest examples is why when you think about products, it's not necessarily the best products that always bring home the grain. It's the most charismatic person with the most charismatic leader, the organization that is most charismatic and pitches the best. A great product would be the double whammy, right? Like having a great product and a charismatic leader, that's awesome. Or an above average product. But generally speaking, the most common denominator is the idea that you don't know what you're getting most of the time. And that's kind of the that's kind of the pros and cons, the charm of the United States. You can have really bad interactions with someone, but then right next door would be like the best friend you've never have made. That's I understand that there are some consistencies within a given area, within a given region. But that's kind of the charm, for better or for worse. So my personality is adapted to that. Mika, you mentioned something like why trust people? Why constantly take a chance on people? It's because I'm American. Like, I know that sounds like a bit of a rhetoric or adjusting, but you kind of need that type of personality to be happy, in my opinion, in the United States. You kind of need a personality in which you know that it is what it is. There are people who are not trustworthy. There are people who are trustworthy. There are people who you disagree with. And then there are people who you agree with. There are people who take chances. And there are people who don't. So that's how I become what I believe is American. Where when someone asks me, oh, you're not like other Americans, like, I know. And then someone else comes like, oh, you're just like other Americans, I know. Like, man, you're kind of weird for American, I know. Like, man, you're very stereotypically American. I know, because that's kind of what the idea is. There's standardization is whack. You have a predominantly individualistic country. Why is that? Because it's the hyper demographic, like the democratization. When you're democratizing something, capitalism is a form of democratizing something because it's based on wealth. Wealth causes indiscriminate democratizing. Whoever has more money has the power, right? But that the democratizing has other things as well, where you're trying to constantly fight for influence and power. So people all have competitive edges. Obviously, it's not a perfect system. We all always know that. The idea is, because of this nature, individualism can take hold. Individualism is tied to democratization. Every vote counts, for example. I'm not saying if it's true or not on theory, like if it actually happens. We're talking about not necessarily if it actually happens in reality, but the idea is they coincide with each other conceptually. When you have democratization, means that individualism can flourish, because the idea is every vote counts, every representation counts, every person is a main character that has a potential impact. Whether that's true or not, that is certainly up to everyone to disagree and agree and debate about. And that's what I would say summarizes if the United States ends up being a culture shock to you, because you can be treated like garbage too. Like, what I mean by that is you can still have instances where someone will be overly grumpy to you as a waiter, and someone who overly care about you as a waiter, because everyone's a main character, right? So the waiter who's very grumpy could be really upset and they just can't be bothered right now, but they still have to do their job. So you might get an underappreciated service. Then you can have someone who's like really somehow loves the job, had a great tip already, doing really well. Then they can be overly friendly with you, right? You have the ranges, and then everything in between, largely because of individualism. It's less of standardization. And that's kind of you take it or leave it kind of situation. And in my opinion, in order to know and embrace that, I take my chances. It's all about chance. Like, if this doesn't work out, the next person could work out, and then the next person. And hear me out. It's not. I'm not saying it's true if I say I always interact with Japanese people, right? I'm not assuming their culture is going to do that. I'm using what I learned from the culture I was raised in to show that to others. Like, if most Japanese people are above average, like compared to the United States, then that's cool. It's not like I'm going to change up my way in trying to trust people and take a chance on everyone, because the culture I was raised in is you have to take a chance on everyone. It can go south. It can be the best thing that's ever happened in your life. That's the nature of being individualistic. So everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a debate. Everyone tries to collect, everyone tries to gather all their collective groups into one. It's kind of like a video game where everyone dumps into a video game and they need to organize them as factions. Here's a fun thought experiment. Say you had a video game instance and you just dumped the United States into this. There would be, I would probably take a gamble that there will be more groups that form in the United States, segregated groups, like varying groups that gather than taking Japan and putting them in an instance. I would say at most, Japan would be like, not at most, but Japan would be like half the number of groups. Is meeting people just rolling on a gacha? It really is. Well, it's rolling on a gacha with pity. We have to, it's rolling on a gacha, all about rolling on a gacha, including a pity timer. Because when you fail a couple draws, you start to find out where you need to go, and your odds go up. That's how you get ahead. In my opinion, that's how you get ahead in the United States. You gacha in order to get better odds over time. Because the more you gacha, the more likely you know where you're going to go to get better odds. So without socialization, if you do not socialize, like network, right? If you don't know how to network, you can't increase your odds. So if you don't do this, your odds never change. So it's always gacha. Is it pity or is it more like swapping banners? It could be more like swapping banners. Possibly. Because it's both. It's swapping the banners, choosing your banners. Remember, you have a banner choice too. So like, it's not necessarily the same. Like, it's more like if gacha was like this. So you have 30 banners. And then you have a choice of making a collective 6 banner stack. Then you roll. That's US. Now the Chinese gacha, we already know the Chinese gacha. We can just use MiHoYo. Chinese gacha is they give you the banner, right? They give you the banner of X, and you know which one is good that you want, right? And you wait. You wait for when it becomes available and you spin for it, right? You wait for the character to become available. In the United States is excess. They try to offer as many choices as possible. Then you group them together. You hope your pity is to group the things together, and then you roll on them. So there's still a chance, but your pity is that you gain enough experience to select out of all the possibilities, you narrow down your choices. So it's always an excess of choices in the United States because it's individualized. The higher the choice goes, the more successful your business is going to be. So everything is kind of excessive, right? Like, think about all the trends in the United States. If you go into a grocery store, do you really need 300 different potato chips? So because you have 300 brands of potato chips, the bottom line is be good enough to not be at the bottom. What is that like? As you said, a character selection banner. A character selector banner. Because what happens is, if you have 30 banners, like this would be the US banner in my opinion. If you have 30 banners, you start with 30 banners, right? And then when you run it for a year and you notice that there are 5 banners that are never picked, you get rid of those banners and you replace them for 5 new banners that are competitive based on the remaining 25 banners, right? You can even meta that. You can introduce 5 new banners based on the top 5 banners, and then expand from there. So that's what you do. So that's how the model will work. It's not. So now, what does that mean? The customer is picking the banners. Doesn't that sound like the current video game market. You use targeted algorithms to figure out how to market the product. What is that usually associated with? Capitalism. The other way, when you're talking about non-individualistic things, is you take the data and you treat the people as a group. And that group is based on consistent patterns. And that consistent patterns tend to then, when they offer something, the banner is more the creator. And then you advertise it to the group and show them they want it. So when a product is trying to convince the person that they want what they created, that is not necessarily individualistic. You're not pandering to the customer. So like, for example, in P5X, if we were using a banner system, I skipped the last 5 banners. And my comment was, they're not for me. I can be okay with that. Like, it's just, I'm not the target audience. It didn't appeal to me. So what happens is, if I was the target demographic, they would be out of business. Right? They'd be out of business. So what they can do, honestly, when they're trying to do these banners, is the publisher, the capitalistic publisher, is going to use data mining to figure out what is the highest odd of including a banner to force someone to be interested in it. So then you have targeted marketing, which is a product, in my opinion, is a target of capitalism, targeted marketing. And that's the combination of gacha we have today at the moment. Like, each banner, print more waifus. I'm not the target audience for waifus, but like, print more waifus, right? And that's kind of what you get. Put out more surveys. Have people vote more with their money and whatnot. So that's kind of the idea. So the banners then consistently change, constantly. And then there are hit and misses. There are banners that suck, right? Banners that suck, and banners that are a hit. And that's what you get when you start getting individual markets. Meanwhile, if you're going to a country, if you're targeting a country that's monocultural, for example, it's a lot more, in my opinion, it's a lot more pragmatic to do the best. You aim for best. Because you can aim for best. The moment you hit like the USA, right? And you're like, oh, this is the best. Ooh boy, good luck. Good luck with content creators. Because everyone's gonna have an opinion on what you mean by best. You are more likely. I'm not saying other places don't have disagreements or debates, like obviously UK and a lot westernized countries do have debates. But when, like, for example, Japan puts out a product and say this is the best game ever, if they so choose, I don't think they do. Again, I don't think they do this. But if they do best game ever, it's probably gonna backfire in the target audience in the United States. Because then there will be like other opinions. What you do is you use statistics. You market. You use marketing strategies to figure out what your largest group is. And then you cut your losses. You cater to the largest group. That is possible. And then you keep going down. So what's the number 1 largest group? Then what's number 2 largest group? What's number 3 largest group? Eventually there'll be too many groups, and then they'll be in conflict with each other, and then that's the best you can do. And I think that's how the gaming industry works right now. Like, in a very general way. What they do is they target the largest group, and it's usually and I mean within the United States. So if they're targeting the United States, they would take the data that tells them what is the largest group, the largest likely group. And the largest likely group is factors that are most common to all of the groups. But then they have to expand. So they keep going until there's too many groups. How do you know when there are too many groups? The game comes out, and most of the American journalists are gonna say mediocre, mid in everything, right? And not really good at any one thing. That's the product of the United States. So if you're wondering, why did I set this up? Well, when you think about American standards, right? You have a lot of different people. How do you standardize American quality things? It's very difficult. So who determines the American standard? Pragmatism. Pragmatism determines what the American standard is. It's not like pride in one group. There's an attempt to do that. Pride in one group, or like a united front a lot of times, ironically. This does happen though. In the United States, it is possible to get a united front. That's when they're faced with a crisis, right? When any human group is faced with a crisis that would threaten the entire group, then it creates a common interest. However, when we're talking about things like service, food, eating food made by someone else, service is often optional. Outside of like medical care and whatnot, services are luxuries. Like video games are luxuries. So oftentimes it's not a united front when you're thinking about the US as a target, more so than other countries. Maybe even it's like maybe a lot more relatable when we talk about the UK and whatnot. But in Japan, is like, if they release a gacha, it's gonna be a banger. like what I mean is, to me, I don't even know, like, to me, I find this disagreeable. Like, I've talked about this quite a bit. I find it like 60-40 disagreeable, this type of process. But it's not like if you go to Japan or you go to China, this is like, oh man, people are arguing about this. I don't think they are. Like, it's less likely to happen in a country that has similar values, because it's easier to make these things okay. You don't have disagreements. You don't have like divisive opinions at all. And that's kind of pros and cons. Right? Pros and cons. Like, for example, the way a certain how like a certain company like Nintendo behaves. Like, it's normal over there, whatever they're doing. It's not normal over here. Everyone has an opinion on, like, in my opinion, like, outside of Japan, probably the rest of the world has an opinion on how Nintendo operates outside of their country. So that's kind of, it would be kind of cool to play a Persona game that is run like a westernized gacha game. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I guess one of them, you could kind of make an argument, well, can't you use like Call of Duty? Well, that's Ubisoft. So Ubisoft is what, French? Oh no, that's not Ubisoft, sorry. Call of Duty is Activision. Activision is Americanized, right? Activision Blizzard. And what did they do? Loot boxes. Hooray! Loot boxes. Guess what loot boxes do? They just throw tons of things in there. That's it. They just throw tons of things. More items. Obfuscate. Obscure what you want. The loot box just has so many things that you gotta get it anyways. At least in my opinion. That's how they would solve the problem of when something valuable is in a loot box becomes very clear, that's when you get problems. So when everything is like of equal value. So if loot boxes, for example, have chock filled of equal value things. I don't know how you could achieve this. Equal value things, then oftentimes I would say in an American audience would be just peachy. If it's selectively like a gacha, like a easternized gacha where there's that one thing that is good, then we have a problem. Like, then there will be arguments and debates. Kind of like best in slot arguments. And that's what happens all the time, in my opinion, when it comes to loot boxes and gacha games, because it's the Western audience. It's a westernized audience, especially American dominant, that is playing on Eastern values. You might make an argument like, but you know, CSGO has loot boxes and they have value. It's like, yeah, but there's a market system in place. See that, like, that's a gigantic difference. Most of the quote unquote Americanized things, or even taking Japanese things and Americanizing them, there's a market system attached to it. Right? You place a value based on how much someone wants to pay for it. It's not a fair price. No one's talking about a fair price. Right? Like, oh, everyone has to gamble with the same odds. Everyone has to pull gacha with the same odds. No, you know what you're pulling for and you can profiteer off of it. So you can pull for things you don't want, but you know you can convert it into the things you do want, which doesn't necessarily happen all the time in gacha games. There is a system, like the gacha thing, right? Now modern gacha games do target a Western audience, USA being one of the bigger targets. Now they have things like pity timers, like pity things, or strong pity things, or consolidation or consolation currencies, right? Like more heavy use of consolation currencies. And that is because you can't anticipate what they're going to like all the time. So at least when you fail enough, you're gonna get what you want, right? Because if you're paying for something, you have to get what you want, not what they think is best. It's a compromise. If the creator really loves a character, that doesn't mean that character is gonna be successful, right? The customer would want to like that character first. Alternatively, if you're a traditionalist, right? If you're someone who like grew up in a country that have very similar values, then everyone's typically on the same page. So if you do something really well, it's probably going to do really well. And unfortunately, for better or for worse, in the United States, if you do something really well, that doesn't mean you're going to be successful. It also means that if you do something mediocre, that doesn't mean you're going to be a failure. It's the people, a person behind it. And I think that's one of the biggest, almost cruelest difference. Like, for example, I'm not going to speak for Japan, but maybe as a Chinese, a son of a Chinese immigrant, you know when you suck. You know when you suck. And it won't work. The idea is it won't work. Like, you want to become a musician, you're going to suck. You're not going to be good enough for it. I mean, if you're super, super lucky, you might as well do something that you won't suck at or need to be lucky with, right? Because it's predictable. Meanwhile, on the internet, which is heavily Americanized, this specific internet that is heavily emphasized, like, well, you suck, but how do I make that suck into something people want? Like, I know I'm not going to be the best, but there's kind of a way to sell it with my charisma. And then you have potential mediocrity, right? In various places. Like, it's not the particular skill that is objectively or like trying to be objectively predictable. It's the summation of an individual. So like, you sell your whole self. You sell holistically. You don't sell as a specialist, in my opinion. For most people. The ones that do sell as a specialist, they're very special. You can't spell special. You can't spell specialist without special. And it's a cruel word, in my opinion. If you want to make a counter argument, for better or for worse, that's a very cruel way to look at things too. So like, if you're born and your parents pass away early, well, then you're just gonna suck at life more. You can try really hard, but you're still gonna be at a disadvantage, right? That's kind of the cruel world of incredibly predictable pragmatism versus the trade-off. The reason why mediocrity or like below standards and above standards can thrive is also because there is a chance for low standards and higher standards to exist. So if you pride on a society that is entirely expecting that you excel at all times, then it's going to be really sucky when you don't meet that standard. And the greatest way to make that work is to pretend like those people that fall through the cracks don't exist anymore. Cruel, I know, but it works. Working systems. Obviously, I'm talking about conceptually. In no way am I referring to like the holistic nature of China, Japan, and America, like the United States. I'm suggesting that in theory, these pros and cons do exist to some extent. And whenever someone says like, I had a really bad experience, but then I met someone who was really awesome, but I wish everyone was as awesome as the person I met and is not as awful as the person I met. Welcome to the United States. At least that's how I would say. That's how I would think about it. Like that is what happens when you have a country that emphasizes individualism. More so. Not like only. So we're not talking about any particular country emphasizing only individualism and only collectivism. But there's a strong lean. And I grew up like that. So I don't ever... And my compensation for that is that I don't ever give up on people. Because one bad actor is not going to change my impression of all the possible good actors or even the average person. Life would be incredibly miserable, at least in my opinion. Or, you know, you can move to another country that hopefully suits you. And then also they don't treat you as an outsider, right? Usually that can be very difficult because the paradox here is if you're an expat in a monocultural country, usually you're a foreigner for life. So the best you can do is often to assimilate as best as you can and then negotiate the rest. The nice thing is immediately the culture shock would be consistency as opposed to inconsistency. This is specifically me talking about leaving the United States and going to a nationalistic country, like a far more, and not necessarily nationalistic in terms of political, more like have a cultural identity, a very homogenous cultural identity. I think the first culture shock they'll like maybe is that it's really consistent. Like everything seems to be consistent. So you only have to learn one set of rules. It's easy to study because when you learn the rules, you don't have to learn too many. It's kind of ironic because that's not true. When you master a rule set, you'll begin to appreciate the nuances. They're just not as devastating. Anyways, what is that joke about the US? It's kind of like the joke about English. English operates on exceptions. There are more exceptions than there are consistency. You conclude you only like road trips? Why not? When was the last time you had a road trip, Mika? Listen, you're not making your road trip more comfortable. Did you bring a pillow? I'm telling you. Now you have to brainstorm on how to make your road trip a bit better. You have another road trip coming up too, right? You have to go from New York to Massachusetts. That's still like a 2 or 3 hour trip. Go grab something in New York. Alright, now I'm positive. I'm done with my sharing of cross-cultural things. Okay. So, 2 hours later. Shin. Rare. That's it. Air. Full. Tribute. True. Charm. Yo. Distance. No. Expose. Boku. I think Boku is Onyomi. Right? Yeah. Boku. Asture. That's it. Printing. Roll. Right. Roll. Hide. Boku. Instant. Heck. Kaki. Edge. E. Dignity. Ooh. Hole. Seal. Hole. Pipe. Tube. Cylinder. Eat. Consolation. Cho. Chastise. Ma. Chafe. Satsu. Rub. Boku. Slap. Se. Sai. Simultaneous. Shi. point. Gentle, Chin. Think, High, Peace, Show, Crystal, Metsu? Is Metsu on Yomi? It is. Yeah, it's one of the rare onyomis. Metsu, destroy, Ji, nourishing, ro, furnace, and Oto, harp. You have a headache and really can't stand spending this much time with your parents and their loud music and speaking. Ears, ear protection, migraine medicine. Right. That's probably something you might want to consider in the future. Like, genuinely, these last 3 days total to be the same amount of time you have been around them as the rest of 2026. That's fair. As for last road trip, the max is the yearly or so 4-hour drive to see family in a different part of England. I see. Yeah. ANC, right? An ANC ear device, right? In case you have a negotiation of hearing, right? For music and stuff. ANC compatible portable device. And also migraine medicine is a great example. Headache, something to address headache is really a baseline thing for sure. That's what I mentioned about the hangover thing. Hangover cures typically deal with the headache too. Like most of the headaches, hangovers, like the after activity day, headaches do occur quite often. Yep. You just use earphones to quiet the noise, really? That's fair. Do you have ANC? Typically an ANC device is a little bit more less stressful because you could create a headache by trying to drown out the noise. Like what I mean is, I know ANC can create air pressure, but noise cancellation. Yeah, like sometimes the like pressure change in ANC can be annoying, but it's definitely a lot better than, in my opinion, a lot more consistent than trying to drown out the noise by using headphones. Like the moment you try to drown out noise, I think it can, to me personally, I see that leading to more headaches and, you know, possible hearing damage and all that stuff. Prolonged times. Obviously, if you're doing it only for a road trip, that might not be so bad, right? Your ears do recover from that type of thing. That's beside. Use a mix of that and your IEMs. You vary both. I see. Well, then you might want to think about where your headache's coming from. Obviously, the ideal case. I'm talking about treating the symptom. The ideal case is to figure out where the source of your headache is. However, it is very important to keep, at least in my opinion, keep something from, at least keep thing on the person that prevents you from functioning regularly on your travels, which headache is one of them. Headache is a little bit lower because people can manage it. People can deal with headaches. But oftentimes, headaches can come from dehydration, obviously. And then loud noise and whatnot. That's kind of low. Next one, I already... Like, what were the tops that I would typically do? I would typically say... probably, if I were thinking about it in the form of severity, anything dealing with eating is at the top of the list. The second one is anything dealing with sleep, which headaches fall under sleep. And then because often is sleep related or disturbance related. Like headaches come from your activities being different. So eating changes when you're traveling. Your sleep and your like environment changes. So anything that can come from that symptomatically from that. And then lastly, unforeseen stuff like circumstantial stuff like unanticipated things. So the unanticipated category can go really long, so you don't want to be labor on that. Typically, like eating would involve like nausea, allergies, indigestion, and then different rhythm things would be like ear protection, eye strain, and like headaches would be under that, right? Energy levels, like jet lag, that type of thing, and you already said you didn't have jet lag. Anyways, I hope how long do you have on your road trip? Also driving wise, yeah, there are 3 more long drives. You believe 3? How's your like how long do you have on your road trip left? I'm gonna take a break here in a second actually after the conversation. All right, folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Right, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along on WaniKani. You always can pick it up for yourself, give it a go, and you're always welcome to come on by and yap. About 1 hour left. Okay, 4.5. Yeah, that sounds about right. 4.5. Are you ending in New York or are you ending somewhere near New York? 4.5 is pretty brisk. New York would kind of add another extra hour, so it'd be like 5.5 hours if you're going from like Pittsburgh to New York City, but you might be outside of New York. You might be going outside of New York City. So like you're turning north a lot sooner than heading straight to New York City. New York City is kind of like 5.5 hours. Yeah. New York, the state. I think you might not going to the city. Okay. Yeah, that could cut because you can go north at any time. New York City is, north of Pennsylvania, so you can cut north at any time. But if you're heading to New York City, it's like even past the edge of Pennsylvania, so it's east. It's entirely east. So it'd be like 5.5 to 6 hours if you're brisk about it. All right, as always, like, welcome to Yap. I yapped a lot today. That's kind of why we're here, right? One of the main focuses. And I usually talk about like culture and language and communication skills. It's always going to be about it. It's generally something about that. Hopefully I didn't ruffle any feathers. Again, most of these things I talk about in cultural things deal with growing up in the United States and having Chinese parents. However, the first comment that I made about most of my observations pretty much make it so someone might think the rest of the stuff is not important. The United States is incredibly varied. It's like a leaning individualistic country. So what I say is subjected to that variation. I try to emphasize the one thing that is consistent, because when something is consistently inconsistent, that also means there are behaviors that are consistent, right? If it's consistently inconsistent, there are behaviors to address that. So one of them to address individualism is to partake in behaviors and critical thinking skills that bridge inconsistency or individualism. And one of them is communication skills. If it's exhausting to figure out how everyone is upfront different, as opposed to, or like mostly have disagreements, then that is the culture shock that people mostly adjust to, at least in my opinion. It is refreshing if you go to a place where you learn a few basic rules and it gets you really far. That is kind of true for the United States too, but not in the way that is accessible in terms of skills, like in my opinion. Like what I mean is, if you have poor communication skills, I'm not entirely sure. This might not be a double standard. It's more like it's different. It's strictly so different because you go a long way with communication skills in the United States, but that's not to say that you can simply learn that overnight. And I think that's one of the things why I come to love, like I've come to embrace that you have to learn how to talk. I grew up, in a very short rhetoric. I grew up with Chinese parents. And I grew up in a time where I believe that meritocracy is the end all be all, right? That is how strongly paved in traditionalism my family was. When I was growing up, it didn't stay that way. As my parents aged in their business and as I grew up, it's a mix. It's constantly, the word is constantly, it's a mix. Most things is a mixed bag. And when things are mixed, to make it about language, right? To make it about language and culture, more experience is priceless. And it can't be substituted overnight either. So, like, I totally get the joy of going to a place and you can learn a set of rules and you're not necessarily constantly bombarded with figuring out the exceptions to the rules. Because if you're constantly thinking about fixed rules, there are going to be so many exceptions you have to remember when you come, at least in my opinion, when you arrive in the United States. So instead, it's more like, in my opinion, you're focusing on a skill that help you problem solve the variation. So that's the consistent skill that is very, in my opinion, I know I keep saying in my opinion a lot because I want to emphasize that this may be different the moment you speak to someone else that claims to know everything about the United States. I don't claim that. I think it's pretty risky to try to pick a country that is least likely to be able to be generalized. It doesn't stop foreigners from doing it, obviously, but growing up in this country is very difficult to feel comfortable generalizing most things. And I would not go and be comfortable doing that for other countries, even though they are more homogenous, like Japan. I was saying this is a foreigner's perspective on Japan, because if you ask another American, they might have a different perspective on Japan, right? But in Japan, if I ask someone in Japan, they might represent a more single picture. So that's kind of the thing. The skill is different. You gotta learn, in my opinion, you gotta learn how to talk, communicate, because that's the one constant. You're going to have disagreements. You're going to have ups and downs. And having a skill that allows you to bridge that is the one constant. Sounds like a cliche when you think about the consequences of being a silver-tongued person or a genuinely effective communicator, right? Like, an effective communicator can be silver-tongued, as in they would have other motivations, other reasons, other agendas, and they have the skills to get the job done persuasively. It's bad and good for in my opinion. I like to believe in this world that there are those who manipulate with that skill and profiteer, just as those you can encourage to be helpful, compassionate teachers, and you can find both good actors and bad actors. And the skill set is dealing with communication. So it's not a coincidence that the vast majority of the content, when it comes to a verbally visible platform like YouTube and Twitch, the vast majority of them are American. Like when it comes to the reception, because it involves the talking, the demonstrating, the upplaying, which I've come to accept as part of when I was growing up. When I was younger, like teenager, I kind of just rejected that. Like I straight up rejected it. Like I look at another person, it's like, oh yeah, that kid's popular, but they're not skillful. They just talk a lot. There's no importance to talking. They're not doing things. Like that kid, that's a C kid, but they have so many friends, right? So I didn't like. I'm being very honest here. Like when I was a kid, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand why someone can be loved but not particularly good at anything. Like what I mean is good at the things that matter. And now, much older, I learned to appreciate that that is another skill. Like making people feel good, helping people, lifting them up with your words is an essential skill. People believe you because you are also able to speak well. It's valuable in, at least in my opinion. Like I know it's valuable in other countries, but I want to emphasize in a culture that I live in a lot, being kind outwardly, being nice without the resource to do so, working really, really hard is not the only thing that does not guarantee success. You have to communicate how hard you work. You have to demonstrate and draw attention to how hard you work, at least here, for the most part, in the United States. So it's also, I would say it's also true to any, like, I'm not saying that they're more British or more Australian. I'm talking about like the Americanized capitalistic thing. So we're just gonna go Americanized. So UK, Australia. I think when you hear people who live there, they probably also emphasize communication, right? And critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, because you're gonna have a lot of problems that require critical thinking, and communication is a necessary part of it. In countries that everyone operates the same on the same merit, or they try to, then you don't have to communicate that, right? What's a great way to demonstrate that? I have better grades than you, so I'm smarter. And I can't even say that comfortably. Like the way I have grown up, it is so difficult for me to even think that's true. It's easier for other people to think that, though. I've met plenty of people that think that. From a nondescript country, someone said like, "Oh, yeah, you had a PhD. You must be really smart. Like you must know a lot and lead your field in something." And I'm like, I don't. Like it works the other way around. Like even like imposter syndrome is bolstered by uncertainty. So I was giving an opposite example. The other example is like, oh, I have a family of 2 and I impact 1,000 people every day and I'm the boss of this company. I'm better than you. You're worth less than me because you literally are worth less than me. I'm like, okay, I can't really counter argue that. That's objectively true from that person's perspective in their country, right? And then what is my counter argument when it comes to individualism? Well, I'm happy. Are you happy? If they're happy and I'm happy, nice. We managed to get our happiness measured differently. And that's kind of the tough part of the cultural distance. I have this conversation with my parents all the time because their value system is based on what is considered traditionalism. So, what is traditionalism? Making 6 figures. The bigger figures you have, the more valuable you are as a person. That's quite literally true. Like what I mean is, if you are worth more, you are worth more in money, right? And whenever my parents tell me like, why don't you like do the thing you like but also make money off of it, I'm like, I think I have enough, right? And then they'll be like, well, you can never have enough, because if you get more, then you become better. Like, you're more than that, you become more valuable over time. And that's kind of where the mediocrity stands a lot of times. So, well, someone could argue like, if you don't want more, then you're just keeping yourself down, like you're making yourself mediocre. Like, why didn't you go and chase being the best at something? You're giving yourself an excuse to be like mediocre at all these things. And my first thought is, first of all, I rarely say to myself, hey, let's just live a mediocre life and I'll be happy. No, I always say I'm gonna do my best at whatever I'm doing. That's true. Now, whether that is valuable to everyone, that's where the cultural thing collides. Because if you're in a country where most people are on the same page, you know what you need to become valuable. Like, it's clear. It's very clear and objectively, quote unquote, objectively defined by a collective, like a collective of your peers. Here, it's really hard, and my parents are often dramatically confused. Like, why do I find value in helping people and not being paid for it? Because that's the best thing you can do in life, at least in my opinion. Like, for me, right? I'm not telling other people that's what they're gonna go, or like that's what their value is. That's a whole idea. My thing is, what is the greatest, and this is gonna be a weird humble flex, sorry if this feels like a self-importance or like a like moral grandstanding. To me, the greatest privilege in life is to be able to help someone and you don't need anything in return. Like, I can't even say that, honestly. Like, what I mean is, being able to say that comfortably is probably, for me, the greatest end game of my mortal existence. When I get to a position, which I'm telling you, I'm not at that position. I can be temporarily in that position here and there. Is the idea that I think the greatest elements of success, like I say this in various ways, but it ends up coming up the same thing. The greatest indicator of success is when you can dedicate all your resources to someone else, or maybe something else, without ever expecting a return on it. I think that's when I feel that's the moment that I would truly feel successful. And occasionally I do. Like, every once in a while, like, someone would ask me something like, hey, can you help me with this thing? And I'm like, yeah, I got all the time in the world. That is the most greatest feeling in at least for me in my mortal life. Like, when someone says, hey, do you want to go, I really want to go to this concert, but I don't have enough money. Let's go. No, I'll cover it. Don't worry about it. I have the money to do so. I have plenty to cover both of us. That would be the greatest. No, those are all the moments that would indicate to me that my life is successful. So the more I can do that, the more rewarding it is. I do not derive pleasure and success when I have to do something and someone has to convince me to do it. Or they have to convince me in a way that is not related to their own well-being. You still do that though. Every day, every day I still do that. It's transactional. The idea is my success grows the more consistently I can do that. The more consistently I can reach philanthropy, like just straight up philanthropy, is the moment that's the measure of one's success. So, and I do measure other people like that. Like, what I mean is, if you're asking me, how do I measure success? And then how do I tell how successful someone else is compared to me? Is how often they do something with no strings attached. Like they are successful because they can do that. That's for me. Like, I've been asking myself this question because I think I get asked this question indirectly a lot of times when people say, oh, so how are you happy? Where are you getting your happy dollars from and stuff? Like, I'm getting it from within and I can freely give it out. That is the measure of success. When someone no longer thirsts for, what do they get? They only give. Truest form of success to me. Others might be like how much they get paid for the task they do. That's how they measure success, right? Is their task worth $1 million? That's more success. And then if someone offers them $3 million to do their task now, they've become more valuable, so they become more successful. I understand those concepts. I understand the concepts of transactional things measuring success. That's not how I interpret things. So that's where I wanted to end this, kind of to rationalize what I was doing here, right? Like, obviously I wanted to finish my WaniKani review exercises, but like, this streaming thing has no transactional requirement. Like, it's not like I'm trying to pass a JLPT or like my life is dependent on it. I want to have conversation that is there are no strings attached. So whenever I get to stream, I want to really emphasize that yes, you are more than welcome to yap and converse. This is my time that has no strings attached. Like, I'm not asking you to like, oh, don't forget me, or like come back with stuff. I actually do verbalize it. Those things. Like, hey, here's a fun challenge. Tell me about tomorrow. If you have time, tell me about tomorrow. That would be some sort of playfulness on payment, right? Like, when someone tells me like, oh yeah, I really enjoy talking to you, like you've done a lot, how can I pay you? Like, how can I repay you, or something like that? Or like, give you something. It's like, well, you gave me your time, it's already done. That's how I would rationalize it. And if you really want to do something else, we can chat some more some other time, like a month now, 2 months now. That is the greatest amount. Like, that's the requirement, or what I mean is that's a form of payment, and not so much in the sense that it's obligatory. I try to do that as least as possible, because the greatest reward is doing something that no one asked for. And what I mean by that is, just because they don't ask for it doesn't mean they won't enjoy it. I love the idea to say I can do something and no one asked for it, but it was good to have anyways. So yapping is one of them. Communication skills is one of them. When you're having problems talking or expressing or doing something, let's talk. Let's express. Let's discuss. And that's what I mean by literally at the end of every single stream or every single session, you're more than welcome to come on by and yap, discuss, share ideas, celebrate in each other's achievements, right? Keep each other motivated. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around a little bit, and I will be back with Boom Pro. Thank you.